like to be able to see if my notification is a donation or a follow or a subscription, or what it is. Hello Kurti, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I just made some naan bread, or the dough for it. Last night I made a curry, and there is plenty to have again tonight, so instead of having it on rice again, I thought, hey, let's have it on some naan bread. So the bread is busy rising. In case you want to know why I'm late today, that's what I was doing. Mama Seymour of 4. Hi there. Haven't seen me in a while? Well, I have been here, you know. I've been here. I took Mondays out of my schedule and I moved Fridays and Sundays later into the day. But apart from that, I'm still here. I hope that you're having a good morning. Seymour, I know that name. Is it Ashley? Ashley Seymour. I know you used to watch me on Facebook, so I cancelled Facebook. Yeah, exactly. I've cancelled Facebook. I don't stream to Facebook anymore. Amazing. I'm glad my memory works like that. Hey Jackie, how you doing, bud? Thanks for visiting. Just be mindful of the wires and shit, eh? Cool. Yeah, I cancelled Facebook, I cancelled Twitch. No, I'm on Twitch. I mean Twitter. I cancelled Twitter and Facebook and LinkedIn and Discord. Don't stream to those platforms anymore. So, I did this because I don't get any interaction from Twitter. I don't get any interaction from LinkedIn. And I very rarely get any interaction from Discord. And Facebook, people on Facebook are just drains. They're like black holes. I mean, not you, of course, Ashley. I mean, like, if I share my stream to groups, the people that come in from the groups ask the same question every day. Yeah. Yes, and I'm glad that you're able to, that you're still watching me through Twitch. Glad to see that you're on Twitch. So the only platforms I'm on now is YouTube and Twitch. Well, that's where my video content is. I still write articles and stuff on Medium and post it to the other platforms. I still draw and still make music, although I haven't been making music in like 2 weeks. Relationship questions and ex questions get old fast, you're right. Love readings, I find they can have profound and valuable answers for people, but when they ask me what their partner is thinking of them every single day of the week, it's a bit obsessive. And you know that it's not valuable. All you're doing is causing stress for yourself, wanting to know what people are thinking of you all the time. All you do is create unnecessary stress. Yeah, so I've been telling people that. I've been telling people, yeah, it's not a cool question. You're not going to get any value in that. And if they keep asking it, I just stop answering it. And I say to them, I'm going to read for you, but I'm not going to ask that question. So do you have a channel of your own, Ashley, that I can find you and like and share and follow and all that? I won't even do relationship questions. Dave, are you going to bring that back?
Okay.
Thanks. You just came and stole my tobacco. I need some space, Jackie. But at least you're not like Jock, who runs over the wires and over the whole system. At least you like turn around and go back out the way you came in. Okay, so you're on TikTok. Mama Seymour 199, cool. I'll look you up. I'm also on TikTok, but I've never posted anything on TikTok, and I've never watched a video on TikTok. I made my profile with the intent of starting to upload, but the short videos and yeah, it's like a whole different kind of content that I don't really have the time to fit into my schedule yet. What I had in mind though was to like film the animals on the farm, the dogs, the cat, the pigs, the chickens, all of them, and then dub them, vocalize them as if they're having conversations and interacting. And welcome, Shivi. Nice to see you again. I hope you're doing well. Last time I saw you was Sunday. That's right, Shivi. I am doing spellcasting. Mama Seymour says you have to have 1,000 people to go live. I don't either. I got lucky with followers. Oh yeah, I wasn't really considering doing lives on TikTok. Like I was thinking of like memes, animal memes, like little video animal memes. Thanks, Dave. That was already confirmed, but thanks. Brother's telling me, yeah, but you can't go live on TikTok unless you got 1,000 followers, just like you said there. Shivi says, yes, I'm all well. What about you? Yeah. I'm good, thanks. And yeah, today I made some naan bread before I came live, before I started the stream. So much fun to do lives on TikTok. To do live readings. So, do you do tarot readings then? Like today I'm not doing tarot readings. Today I am reading Seeking Visions in This Bowl of Water, doing some Reiki healing, and casting spells, basically capturing universes and collapsing them into one-dimensional images. Jackie, okay, you need to leave now. You're disturbing the stuff. Please leave. 3 stars. Welcome back. How are you doing? And I wonder who I'm speaking to. Which of the 3 stars I'm speaking to? Shivi wants a spell. Okay, so Shivi, I do the spells in pairs, so as soon as I get another request for spells, I will do that for you. So 3 stars. The best way to contact me is on Facebook Messenger. Alternatively, any of my platforms. You can use any of my social links to contact me. I will get your message. Messenger, I'll probably respond the fastest. I'm glad you're doing well. I like the idea of streaming together. I like that idea. We must definitely chat about it. You can whisper me on Twitch even. Thank you. Ashley says, I do fast one card readings. It's a lot of fun. Nice. Three Stars says, Twitch, we have someone leaving, so we can't. Okay, I'm making sense of that. You could still message me on Twitch. But yeah, Messenger is where I'll get back to you quickest. Yeah, I figured that because I see how someone is live and someone else is chatting in the chat. I've noticed that. Mostly Oracle decks, says Mama Seymour. So, like, I've never used an Oracle deck of my own. What is your experience using that? Using the Oracle decks? The reason I've never bought an Oracle deck is because it looks like it misses out on what an Oracle should be. Like, the tarot is an oracle. It's an astrological oracle. Astrological and numerological oracle. So the other kinds of oracle decks, they seem to me to like underutilize the full potential of what an oracle is. So your oracle deck, Ashley, is it like little notes, like little words that you pull up in your cards, like little encouraging messages, or is it like pictures that you then interpret, same as with the tarot? So 3 stars, how come one of them is leaving? Like, what happened there that one of you is leaving? And Ashley says, they can be a really quick way to do a reading. You have to find a deck that works for you. You disagree that they are not as in-depth. They can be more in-depth depending on what kind of reading. Okay. Some of the cards are like inspirational quotes and some of them are images. Okay. I feel like my readings are pretty quick. It's taken me a long time to get to the point where I can read as quickly as I do. Like, let's take this die cast for example. I didn't roll that dice, I just put them down there. The numbers are 5, 2 and 1, so in total that is 8, and that just talks about shifting, having to make a shift from who you are into who you need to become. It's basically saying that there's some imbalance. So we're making adjustments to our lifestyle and habits. This I'm reading collectively. We're making adjustments to our lifestyle and habits, taking ourselves from where we have been into who we need to be in order to live our dreams, because there's a specific type of character that lives our dreams and we recognize that, so we're moving into that character. Shivi says, do you live on the farm? Yes, I do live on a farm. The farm is owned by my parents. There are multiple buildings on the farm and this one is mine. Yeah, it does depend on what works for you, and the more you do it, whether it's oracle cards or whether it's tarot, the more you do it, the easier it gets and the quicker you can connect to it, and the more your intuition develops. Like with the scrying, when I started seeking visions in the scrying water, it took me a long time to see anything happen there. I'd have to sit and really meditate and push past my resistances before something actually started to happen, but not so much lately. Lately it doesn't take very long. Shivi says, awesome, that's why you're so calm and peaceful always. I'm not always so calm and peaceful. I do ground myself before I come into the studio and go live. Sometimes I can get really manic. I do my best not to let that affect the people around me, but yeah, sometimes I can get very rushful and psyched. Sometimes I can get really stressed and overwhelmed. I am human. No, Dave, I sacrificed my humanity. Hey, Fireball Barney, welcome. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well.
Give him a big thank you for me, please.
Aziz Azura is saying a big thank you to you, Fireball Barney. Is anyone who would like a spell? Because Shivi wants a spell and I want to take another one. You know, save on paper and all that. Is that candle gonna go out? It did. It did go out. So Shivi, what I need from you to get started with your spell is your element, so that's basically your zodiac. What day and what month are you born? I don't really need the year, just the day and the month. And then the other thing I need is your desire. And what would you like me to manifest for you? What would you like to manifest? Fireball Barney says, it is his pleasure for everything that the two of us do for everyone. Three Star says, exclaim donate. So I don't have any bots managing my channel. If you'd like to send a tip, which I would very much appreciate, you can click on the little PayPal button, or you can look at one of those, what do you call them? Those, what are they called? Panels. There's a donate panel. Yeah, just underneath in the about section. Yeah, thank you, Barney. Panels, I heard you psychically. As you sent that message, before it even showed up on my screen, I got it. Awesome. '25th of March, I'm an Aries. I want to banish all the obstacles from my romantic life. That is cool. That is a fucking cool desire. Okay, so let me think of an affirmation for you. As an Aries, you're a fire sign. So your key will be specific to that kind of nature. Fire signs are passionate and are driven, motivated. Fireball Bonnie says, without being too personal about our conversations, I would like to say I have found the answer as to what it was. Fear. Okay. Fear. Yeah, from my perspective, fear seems to be the root of all mishap. It seems to be the root of all fucking... Everything that is unaligned and that causes destruction is rooted in fear. And it's an infection, it spreads from one person to another. So Shivi wants to banish all obstacles from your romantic love life, including outside influences. And Barney says, and now it is time to accept. Beautiful. Welcome, Tweety. Tweety. Good to have you back. So I'm thinking, Shivi, thank you so much for that donation. Much appreciation. And thanks. Your creative potential and your ingenuity overcomes all resistances, inward and outward. Overcomes all inward and outward resistance. So, affirmation being, my creativity and ingenuity overcomes all outside and inward resistance. Could use some work. Thank you so much, 3 stars. Much appreciation. And what I will do for you is I will read in the scrying waters and seek visions for you, and then cast a die for some numerology, a numerological perspective on the visions that we see. Oh dear. Now I'm listening to myself on screen here. Back to Shivi's affirmation. My creativity and authentic nature overcomes all inward and outward resistance. There we go. That's good. So please affirm that for me, Shivi. My creativity and authentic nature overcomes all inward and outward resistance. So mote it be. And then I'm going to do that reading for the 3 stars. And while I'm doing that, I'd like you to take a moment to visualize your outcome, what it looks like. What's going to change in you that's going to give you authority over the resistances that you perceive. Now, yeah, there's going to be resistances you don't perceive, but that's okay. And then follow that visualization out into the end, like what does it result in? What kind of relationship does it result in, and what does that relationship look like? Naturally, we want it to be healthy and fulfilling, so what does a healthy and fulfilling relationship look like to you? You want to visualize it all, and you want to like put yourself into that future reality where you're literally living it and you're interacting with this new partner, and observing the space that you're in. All in your imagination, of course, but you got to create that reality for me. Thank you so much. Yes, at 3 stars, you can certainly ask a specific question. Tweety says, is it okay if others see your sigil? Yes, it's absolutely beneficial to have many people seeing your sigil. The more people that see it, and the more people are being influenced by it and are giving attention and energy to it, focus. So Jelly, I see you joining. Are you joining for spell? Are you joining for like scrying or healing? Was the one person from the three very negative towards us two others? Interesting. Interesting. Kind of just want to check if that person is actually a rat or a snake. Yeah, well, let's see what we can do there. Let's see what we can find. Cool. Jelly wants a spell. Nice. Part the waters and show us the true intentions of the third star who left the constellation. I'll interpret that die cast once I've received visions. So the first thing that I'm seeing is like a brazier. It's like a bowl of coals on top of a post, on a concrete post, and there's like this encroaching dark cloud that can't get past a certain point. It like keeps like bumping against this invisible barrier, like the light from the brazier is keeping it at bay. The next thing that I see is like a young child. It's almost as if this young child has overlapped the dark cloud, and now the young child is able to step towards the brazier. It's like when I say overlap, it's like it appeared in front of the dark cloud, the child. The child is dark and like a silhouette. Features of the child are not illuminated by the fire in the brazier. Please remember these images in case I forget them, because they're making a lot of sense to me so far. Okay, the images warp and morph, The brazier is gone, and it looks like there's some kind of man chasing after the child, and he's getting closer and closer, and then he's suddenly back to where he started, and then he's close again. Okay, now he seems to be wrapping his arms around the child. And now I'm seeing all of these images together in the bowl at once. That indicates that I'm not going to see any more, not on this topic. So the first thing that I saw was the dark cloud approaching the brazier. So the brazier, it talks to me about your intentions, your collective intentions, and your motivation and your desire. What was the outcome? What was the purpose of starting this channel together? And then the dark cloud that was trying to approach it, it is shadows. It's someone's shadows. Someone wants to cloud this motivation or these intentions in shadows. Wants to make the intentions unknown, unseen, hidden. And to speak from my own personal perspective, I kind of got that when I came onto your channel the 2 times that I did. I definitely felt like the motivation or the reason why this was happening and why you guys were doing all this didn't seem all that clear. So yeah, that first image, it talks to me about someone had like these shadows and they kept getting triggered by the intentions that had been said, the collective intentions. They didn't agree with it. They wanted to hide it. They wanted to hide those intentions and maybe make their own intentions more visible. Something that was more aligned with their intentions rather than the intentions of the other 2 involved. And then that got overlapped by a child. So it's kind of like the fact that they couldn't reach the intentions, they couldn't get close enough to hide it completely, it caused them to start behaving like a child. But this child was not, it wasn't actual childish behavior, it was reactions to triggers and reactions to shadows. It made them appear childish, made them seem temperamental and childish, like throwing temper tantrums if they don't get their way kind of thing. And then what I saw after that was a man chasing after the child. So I guess that this is talking about seeking out the shadow, chasing the shadow, trying to capture it, bring it back under control or back under authority, get it contained. And so that kind of answers the question of why are they leaving. It's because they can see this in themselves now. Something has happened that has caused them to see what's going on with them, and so they're leaving in order to look into themselves and find, well, see if they can get that shadow back under control, get it back under their authority, less unruly, less like an unruly child. And then numerology on the die is 10, so completion. Basically that is saying that they're reaping their own their own intentions. Everything that they sowed, they're reaping it back, and it's more than they can bear. So all of the difficult, like the temper tantrums, all of the cuck that they've been putting into this, it's caused like a decline in the productivity of the stream, and it's also caused like resentment and differences and conflict between all three of you. Basically, they are reaping all the negativity that they've sown, and it's more than they can bear. They can't take the medicine they've been giving, and this is why they are running away. Kind of feeling like tending to blame you guys, saying you guys bring out the worst in her or him, and that the only way to get him or herself back under control is to leave. And so that's what's going on there. Let me pull a rune stone for you as well, so I can get more clarity from the die. Basically, what it's saying to me so far is they didn't agree with your collective vision, and they pretended to at first, and then they started making efforts to kind of undermine the collective intention that you'd set, or alter it to suit their own purposes, and this wasn't working out for them, and it resulted in, yeah, well, you know, when a selfish person can't get their way, then they start reacting and they start getting aggressive and resentful, and so that's what happened with the child. And then they started blaming you and being like, you guys are the cause of this, and the only way for me to have a healthy life is to be away from you all. But that's not the truth. They might be okay for a while, and then they'll meet other people and they'll think, yeah, I've healed so much, and then those people will prove them wrong because they'll repeat that cycle. But here I have the Earthstone for you. So this, taking this Earthstone into consideration along with the dice, it's kind of talking about structure and routines. So how that can relate to your question, it's expanding, saying that they couldn't fulfill the structure or the routine, they couldn't be flexible with it, they couldn't fit in with it. And this would also create difficulties and frustrations. It is saying to me that they do notice their own side of that. They get angry and upset with you guys when you confront them and say, hey, it was your turn and you'd missed it, and someone else could have been using the channel, but it was scheduled for you and you missed it, or you were late, or whatever. Or we made a plan and this is how it's going to work, and then you changed it. So they see themselves in that. They're like, yeah, okay, I overslept, or I was nervous and I couldn't get there, but they still get resentful and angry about the fact that they were confronted about it. They feel like there's a lack of compassion there. And though they can see themselves, they don't want you to see them. They can see their reasons for why they couldn't keep up with the structure, but they don't want you to see them or for you to acknowledge it. If you point it out, then it gets a reaction, it gets a temper tantrum or something. And yeah, that's basically what I'm getting from the bowl for you. So no, they're not a rat, they're not a snake, they're just not ready. They thought they were capable of more than they were. It's like the Hierophant reversed. It's like they were reaching too far. Their knowledge and their experience and what they're capable of was not enough to keep up with what you guys are capable of. And yeah, they were reaching too far, and it ended up in backsliding, and yeah, they feel like they just need to distance themselves from that. And you're welcome. So yeah, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. Very much appreciated. Welcome, JJ. And then Tweety, you asked me, why am I burning candles in the morning? Or you said you can burn candles in the morning. So it's not morning for me. It's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, close to 4 o'clock. But the reason that the candles are burning is not for the light that they emit. It is for the light that they emit, but not because it's dark. It's about the energy and the intention. Fire is passion. Fire is... It's important that the element of fire is here. I find that having flames directly impacts my character and how I behave on camera. It also impacts my viewage, and yeah, it impacts my interaction and how well the stream does. Like I've noticed when the fire dies, my viewers drop, so. And also when I lit these candles, the viewers went up to 8, so. You see what I'm saying, it has like a metaphysical effect on the stream. Eva, welcome back. Nice to see you. Tweety says, do you think intuition can be assigned to fire suit? Yes. Yes, I do. Oh, can intuition be assigned to the fire? Sweet. I wouldn't. I would assign intuition to both water and air, to cups and swords. Shivi says there's some kind of issue when trying to pay. Tweety's asking me why not. I just don't feel like intuition is linked to the mental realm. I mean, I feel like intuition is linked to both the mental realm and the emotional realm. I don't feel like it's linked to motivations or passions or desires, and that's why. Hey JJ, asking the question of his current feelings and the future of the connection. I'm about to cast a spell for Shivi, and I'd like to cast a spell for someone else, so that's for Tweety. Tweety, do you have a desire? Yes, I'm gonna need your desire and your element. So, what month and what day were you born? I don't need the year, just the month and the day, so I know your zodiac and your element. And I will go on to do more scrying after I've cast those two spells. So Shivi, we have your affirmation, and you've spoken it out loud, and you've been doing your visualization. Now I'm going to fetch you a key. You are a fire sign. So your number is 13, Shivi. Now, I know you were saying that there were issues with payments. You're having some issues making payments. So I'm going to give you a sec to come back before I interpret your key for you. Already trying to manifest the magician, it's so hard and I keep falling back. Thank you so much for the follow. I saw someone else came into the chat on YouTube. Pratibhati. Welcome. Sorry I missed you when you joined, but welcome. So Tweety says, I'm trying to commit myself 100% to the last spell. That's great. We shouldn't cast for the same thing. your spell is in progress, it is working. The fact that you are trying to commit yourself to the last spell, the fact that you make progress and then slide back, that's all indication of the growth and the work of that spell. So yeah, don't beat yourself up too bad for backsliding. It happens. Like even with the growth of my channels, there is a backslide. Like I will make certain number of followers and subscribers per stream, and I will lose half of them, even more than half, before I go live again. And that's just how it goes. And there'll be whole weeks where I'm stagnating, where I'm going up and down, staying in the same bracket of numbers where people are subscribing and then I'm unsubscribing. But in the grander scheme of things, there is always progress from month to month. Even if it's only by like one follower or one subscriber, there is always progress. So yeah, you say you're falling back every now and then, there is always going to be backslide, and there's always going to be growth, and the growth is going to counter the backslide, even if it's only by a tiny little bit. And that's what matters. The fact is you are still growing and you are still moving forward. Thank you, Pratibha. The music is so calming. I'm glad you're enjoying the musical entree. Amazing. Thank you so much for the tip. Tweety says, I came to talk to you because it reminds me of my goal. I'm so glad that I inspire you, Tweety, and help push you towards your outcome that you've chosen. There was someone who asked me for a spell that would make him into a healthy example of masculinity. And so I did one of these little servitor casts for him. And about 2 weeks after I cast it, he told me he can't perform invocation of certain spirits anymore. It's like the servitor is preventing full possession. Thank you so much, Shivi. And he was saying that Greek gods, Roman gods, they can still enter through invocation, but angels and demons cannot. And I said to him, that's very interesting. It would seem that the invocation or possession by angels and demons does not make you into an ideal example of masculinity, and this is why the servitor is preventing it. But more than that, I was impressed that one of my spells was powerful enough to prevent demonic possession or even angelic possession. And that was it spoke to me of a lot of power, a lot more power than I anticipated. And I only bring that up to give you some reassurance, Tweety, that your spell is in effect. Even if you can't see it at times, they are pretty fucking powerful constructs and they get the job done. Okay, so Shivi, I was just waiting for you to come back before I interpreted your die cast. The numbers on that die are 13. So in order to manifest this desire that you have specified, the number 13 is saying your key is a complete and utter rebirth of your entire reality and your entire character. Everything that you were and have been up until this point needs to be sacrificed and destroyed. Just like the oracle for today says, you know, if your house has cracks and it gets brittle, you don't live in it anymore. You move out and you knock that house down and you build a new one. Because if you stay living in that unstable house, it will fall down on you and you'll probably die. So that's an analogy for the identity. And when you notice that there are cracks and insecurities in your identity, you stop living through it. You demolish that identity and you start building an entirely new one on new, solid, safer foundations. This key on your dice is saying to you, you've got to give an entire rebirth to your character. Considering that you're a fire sign, where you should look first is at your intentions. your intentions and your desires. So why do you want a relationship? Have a look at that at its core, because that needs to be reborn. Your desire, the reason for why you want a relationship, needs to be reborn. And your intentions, if you look in the past and when you've gone into relationships, what have your intentions been there? Have your intentions been to be looked after, to feel safe, to get physical sexual gratification? You want to examine your intentions and your desires regarding relationships and the people you've been in relationships with, and you need to slay them. Those old intentions, those old desires, they are not going to serve you. They are part of your resistance to a healthy, long-lasting relationship. And you said you're literally searching for a new home too. Well, you know, there are no coincidences. It's not a coincidence that the dice landed on 13 when you're going through a rebirth, as it is through a move. Well, even if that move doesn't happen, a rebirth is necessary. I'm going to bring Venus into your cast, and I'm going to construct your servitor. You've done the visualizations. You've even invested of your energy into it, of your hard-earned coins. Thank you very much, by the way. Bringing Venus, bringing 13, and taking certain letters from your affirmation, I'm going to construct your servitor. I'm going to use C and A, O and R, C-A-O-R, C-A-O-R, Kaor. Hey Dave, do me a favor and use the front door? Thanks. That's my brother who just walked by like an elephant. He is doing his studies. He doesn't like to study at home. He comes here to study. Studying for exams. So I noticed you were saying some stuff there in the chat, Tweety, and I didn't read it or answer it. I'm still trying to come up with an idea for you. If we're going to cast another spell for you. Okay, let's see. Pratiba says, do you live on the farm or something? Yes, I do. I live on a farm. How can you tell? By the screaming of pigs in the background? I can hear that too. I don't know what's going on. They're not my pigs that are screaming like that. If it was my pigs, it would be much louder because they're much closer. So I saw a tweet, he said, would that share the qualities of the sigil with the other person? Is it possible to share sigils? Yes, it is very much possible to share sigils, and that turns into what's known as an egregore. No, the people will not necessarily share the qualities of the sigil, but it is receiving energy from the people who give it focus. So they might not, I mean, maybe it does. Maybe to some small extent it does affect their reality, but for the most part, no. It affects the one whose desires and intentions and emotional energy is going into it. The one who's visualizing the outcome, the one who's creating all the psychic residue that is being captured and collapsed into the sigil. I will also dedicate and share the sigil back to the collective when I get a grip on myself so that others can also benefit, find their magician. I think that's my path and my purpose. Amazing. That gives me like buzzing on the crown of my head, just reading that. I feel that binding, like only way for me to stay in that zone is to be unselfish. Yep. It'll also free me from the burden of egocentric motives, I think. Yep. Shivi says you're always worth more, and your brother seems to have a very kind energy to me. He does. He's a very sweet soul. Tweety says, I feel my words becoming more and more authentic, real every day, like an oath, something I cannot break. I think that's the only way out of addiction to materialism. So I find that self-development, seeking visions and invocation and communicating with the unseen realms, the more that I do this, the less appeal the physical realm has. The further into the unseen worlds that I go and the spiritual realms, then the less I appreciate or enjoy the illusion of the physical, or the short-lived pleasures that exist in the physical, preferring instead the long-term joys and ecstatic experiences of my magical journey. And Shivi, here's your servitor. I'm going to get closer, and then I want you to screenshot him and draw him out. If you're on the laptop, then you can press the Windows key plus insert to make a screenshot. Evo said, would you turn the volume of the music down a bit? It's overpowering your voice. Oh, it was actually just from when you were away from the mic. Yeah, I did do some like testing. I watched streams and I noticed that when I used to have the mic further away, then I had to have the music lower, but then when I brought it closer, then you could hardly even hear the music over my voice. Thank you, Shivi. I'm glad that you got that screenshot. Now, don't leave just yet. We still want to empower this, but before I do that, I want to put another spell on the back of the page. Use one page at a time for 2 spells. I mean, you don't have to be here for the charging of the spell, but it would be cool. And then, you want to draw him out. It doesn't have to be identical or perfect. You just want to have it, you want to create it from your perspective. Like I've created it here. If you draw it out, then it's like it's coming through you as well. And when 2 or more of us agree on the same outcome, it's given to us with certainty. And then you want to visualize it every now and then. particularly when it comes to relationships and when you meet new people or when you experience resistance to your love life. It's those moments that you want to visualize him. And basically you want to imagine that he's alive, that he's like a living creature that follows you around like a familiar spirit, and he ensures that resistances are removed from your reality and ensures that your creativity and your authenticity banish both inward and outward resistances, and helps you find that reality where you are, that you visualize, helps you move from where you are into that. Basically what you did when you visualize your outcome, and when I cast the dice to get a key for you, we hit reality with a hammer. We hit the wall between where you are and where you want to be with a hammer, and it creates a dent, so it makes it more likely for you to step into that reality. And then when we capture all those frequencies and we bring them down into a one-dimensional image, that becomes like our nail, and then we put that nail against the wall before we hit it with a hammer, and bingo, it punches a hole between where you are and where you're going. And that's essentially what we are doing here. So, yeah. Is there anyone else who wants a spell? Because Tweety, your spell is still in effect, and unless you have something else you'd like to manifest, it's not advisable to cast for the same thing more than once unless you're certain that your previous cast has already exhausted itself and you haven't seen all the results you were looking for. Okay. In that case, we should leave it as it is. We can do some scrying though. Jelly Melly Mellow. Yes, I remember you did want a spell. Can you give me your day and month and your desire so I can put it down for you and fetch you a key? I remember Jelly did join for a spell. I got a little confused. I thought Tweety was the one who joined for a spell. Just came to talk. Well, you know I like to bounce ideas back and forth. I enjoy our chats. $11.06. Is that the 11th of the 6th month or the 6th of the 11th month? And you want to feel more secure, so cool. Welcome back, Obsidian Pagan. Nice to have you back again. Thank you for your enduring support and the valuable contribution that you give as a member of this community. I trust the productive actions of my ideal character to bring me security. 11th of the 6th month. So that's June. I trust the productive actions of my ideal character to bring me security. Please affirm it out loud. So mote it be. And then JJ, if you're here, let me know, because I can do some scrying for you now while Jelly does his visualizations. Welcome, Jazz. I haven't seen you in the chat before. Welcome. Jazz would like to be added. What would you like to receive here, Jazz? We're doing Reiki healing, we're doing spellcasting, and we're doing water scrying. Okay, so Jelly, I want you to visualize that outcome. Like, everything that you do that's productive, every creative and productive action you take results in some form of security for you. You put out energy, you give the environment its potential to secure you with every productive action that you take. And I want you to visualize that. I want you to see how it evolves with each month that you continue to act within your productive nature, how much more your security evolves each month, and what change does that create in your environment. Do you have better locks on your door? Do you have more income? Do you have more food? What changes with each month? You want to visualize it as far as you like. Tweety says, when you feel that you can change things in life and make things happen, which breaks the concept of reality and ego, for me, that I have a hard time dealing with. Dealing with others that depend on the stability of past reality becomes confusing, like you have to let the world die in you. Jazz says, can I know how can I manifest my desires? My every manifestation works in reverse. Jelly says, interesting, okay, I try. Thank you. Yeah, I want you to imagine how reality changes as you become more and more secure, and what it is that you're doing differently that makes you more and more secure. Yeah, as you step out into it and you do productive things, and it does result in security, because your servitor will ensure that, you will get to trust yourself more, and you'll get to trust that as long as you're acting productively, there's nothing, you don't have to fear being without. As long as you are being productive according to your authentic nature, you will always be secure. Tweety says, and when I think about these things, the idea of you truly fascinates me more and more. So, the people who rely on the old reality, yeah, it can be scary for them if you're changing into someone else and you're shifting into a new reality. It can seriously frighten the people around you, and you can end up losing relationships. But for me, I find that's just become part of the process. It's like a weeding process. If people don't want to try and keep up, I'm not going to carry them. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to pause my evolution to carry people through. If they want to move with me and they want to evolve, then I'm happy to hold their hand and pull them along. But if they're trying to pull against me and trying to resist, then I let go. JJ is here, cool. So while Jelly is doing those visualizations, I will scry for you. Let me just feed my own addiction quickly. I used to smoke a lot of cigarettes, like a whole packet of cigarettes a day. And then I stopped that and I started smoking rollies, and now a packet will last me up to 2 weeks if I'm sparing. If I'm smoking it alone, it can last me even longer, but I share. And the idea is to slowly, like, stop. Eventually just stop altogether. In the next month, actually. It's March, next month is April. And by the way, towards the end of April, I'm gonna go on a little holiday for 10 days. A little bit longer than 10 days. I won't be streaming. Going on a Vipassana meditation retreat. So those 10 days will be the final 10 days that I kick this addiction once and for all. So I've been cutting down and detoxing from caffeine and nicotine and everything else in preparation for those 10 days. And then those 10 days I will go completely without. And the point is not to return to my addictions when I come back from that. His current feelings and the future of our connection. Don't you feel a little immoral? Like spying into other people's emotional being, into their thoughts? Doesn't that make you feel dishonest? I've never seen it that way personally. I did realize at some point that I've got to stop being a snoop if I want to stop attracting snoops. I don't feel much moral resistance to doing it on your behalf, because you know I'm just a tool in this instance. I'm just a medium for you to accomplish what you desire. So I don't feel like I'm responsible for any spying or invasion of privacy that you choose to do, but I'm still curious, like, don't you feel dishonest, JJ? Don't you feel like it's a little bit invasive to use magic to see what other people are thinking and feeling? Shivi says, oh, I want to go for Vipassana. I was about to 4 years back, but then couldn't go. What happened that you couldn't go? So Pratibhati says, how does the Reiki healing work? So the Reiki healing works in that, okay, so some background. Emotions power metaphysical technology the way electricity powers physical technology. So what I do when it comes to healing is I go into myself and I find all of my most healthy memories, all of my memories of love and compassion and understanding, all of the heart, the healthy heart emotions. I relive them, I bring them back to the surface, and I direct them as energy towards you as the viewer. Now, I have a little stone here that has a symbol carved into it. So this is a representation of the viewer. Now that doesn't mean that anybody who is viewing the stream is represented by this stone. You have to speak the enchantment that is connected to that symbol. Once you speak the enchantment out loud, then any energies that I send to the stone is basically like I'm sending it to you. Only those of you who have spoken the enchantment. And that enchantment is Para Viko Net M Jota. You speak that out loud, and then, yeah, you are ready to receive the currents. But it also doesn't depend on you watching the stream. You can speak the enchantment and then go offline, and you will still be affected by the Reiki healing energy when I cast it at the stone. Spone. What happened there to my tongue? Shivi says, basically could not get holidays for 10 days. I got invitation for Igatpuri, India. Okay. You just couldn't get off from work. Yeah. Sorry about that. It sucks when you have to rely on someone else's permission to do shit. I applied for the Vipassana course, and yeah, I'm just gonna put my stream into holiday mode. I will post like a featured video, so new viewers who come onto my channel to find out where I am, it'll be a little video of me talking to the camera saying, yep, I'm away for 10 days. I'll explain what I've done, and I'll tell them to check out my articles and my other platforms. Yeah. Pratpati says, very interesting. So the healing that happens with the Reiki, it's not limited. It's not limited to physical healing or emotional healing or psychological healing. It's all of these things. So it doesn't matter what your issue is. Once people are connected to the stone, to the fetish, then when I connect to the stone, I can usually feel where there are blockages in the energy body, and I can intuitively divine how those blockages are affecting their physical body. So you don't even need to give me details, although I do like to have details so that I can record and I can make progress and improve things. You know, if I get feedback and people tell me what they're struggling with, and people tell me what kind of results they saw, what kind of effect the Reiki had on them, then I can learn from that. I can confirm, okay, so what I intuitively got when I was connecting to them was correct. It corresponded with what they told me. And then they can tell me, yeah, I experienced this and the symptoms went away. Or maybe someone else says, no, the symptoms came back after a week. Or maybe someone else says, it didn't affect me at all. Then I can re-examine my method and I can see, okay, what can I change that can, yeah, what can I do differently to make this work better? So feedback is very useful, although not absolutely necessary. Okay, since JJ seems to be gone, I'm gonna get a key for Jelly, because I feel like Jelly has done his or her visualizations, and Jelly's getting a bit frustrated, as if I've digressed. Where is my pouch? Here it is. So we know that Jelly is Gemini. And Gemini is an air sign? I always thought Gemini was an earth sign. Okay. Oh, you are here. You didn't respond to me when I was chatting with you earlier, so I assumed you were gone. Tweety, that might be true for you right now, but that will change with time. So Jelly's key here is 12. So this is saying there are certain thought trains that are detrimental to you. There are certain thought trains that capture you and contain you in fear. There are also certain aspects of your education and your knowledge that you could be applying better. So what 12 is saying to you, Jelly, is that you've got to make a breakthrough in those things. You need to make a breakthrough in those thought trains. You need to put yourself in a position so when you feel the fear coming in, or you got these intrusive thoughts that make you think about things, and paranoia, anxiety, fear, when you feel those things setting in, observe the train of thoughts that is coming with that. Sit down and do a little bit of meditation and observe the thoughts, acknowledge them. And with each one you say, okay, but if I take a productive action, if I do this productive thing or this creative thing, I make that null and void. I make that fear null and void. And then the next one, okay, but if I take a productive or creative action over here, then I make that paranoia or that fear null and void. Yeah, basically you want to hear the thoughts, acknowledge them, let that reality, the fear reality, is saying, okay, if you, here, let me find an example. So let's say I'm afraid that I'm going to be evicted, right? So then I acknowledge that thought, okay, I'm afraid that I'm going to be evicted. I play that reality out. Okay, what will that look like? What happens? What does it mean? Let's say I get a notice of eviction. What does that mean? Okay, I've got to start looking for a new place to live. And then consider all of the resistances, all the things that make it hard to find a new place, considering all the things that I have at my disposal, advantage. Okay, if worst comes to worst, I can ask this person to let me stay for a while. You want to be prepared for that fear reality, but then you say, no, this is not the reality that I'm choosing. I'm choosing not to be evicted. I'm saying, okay, I'm going to take a productive action in this way. I'm going to send a message to my landlord and explain my situation. I'm going to do something productive instead, and I'm going to choose a reality where I'm not evicted. Basically, that is a key for you. But it's not exclusive to the thought trains. There's also, you have education and you have knowledge, and you could be applying that more efficiently towards your security. So again, to put yourself into like a planning position, like put yourself back into like that planning position where you start, thank you for the follow, where you start building a routine or a structure, or getting this business idea. I'm using business as an example, but basically having a look at what you know and what you've been educated in, and saying, okay, how can I apply this to my reality that is in the interest of security? How can I make better use of this knowledge and the education that I've received? And set like a structure, build like a graph or a plan, a schedule that allows you to actually implement that knowledge into your daily life. Jasmine, welcome back. Vishal is acting very, very insensitive, but I love him so much. Please tell me how to make this connection better. All I'm doing is crying. I need your help. And Shivi says, let us know about your next session. So, are you talking about a healing session? So I will do that towards the end of the stream. I will do the Reiki healing, and then anyone who has spoken the the enchantment, Bara, Viko, Net M Jota, anyone who has spoken that will be connected to the energy pool and will receive the healing energies. It doesn't matter if you guys are still watching or if you've gone on with your lives, you will still receive the energies, and I will do that towards the end of the stream. If you're asking me about my next live stream, that'll be on Friday, and it will be a tarot exclusive stream. It'll be tarot readings. Welcome Psyches, and welcome Emily Bells. So Psyches, new viewer, thank you for the follow, and Emily Bells, welcome back, nice to see you, and good afternoon to you as well. I'm now going to construct Jelly's servitor, because he's done the visualization, I've received a key, we've got an affirmation. Now I must just collect all these residues and collapse them into a single point. I'm going to bring a planetary body into this cast as well. We brought Venus into Shivi's cast. Let's bring Jupiter and Saturn into Jelly's cast. Jupiter being about security and abundance, very much aligned with your desire, and then Saturn to help you create that mental structure and that mental discipline that you need, since Saturn is all about structure and order. Your number was 12. We want to bring P from your affirmation, the letter P, and S. So JJ, I don't want you to feel like you're missing out, and also Jasmine, I don't want you to feel like I'm ignoring you guys. I will do some basic numerology readings for you, both of you. For Jasmine, I feel like some scrying will be valuable, but for JJ, I don't feel like the scrying ball is going to offer you anything valuable based on your question, so I will just do numerology for you, JJ. Jelly, are you back in the chat yet, or have you left? Because I need you to take a screenshot of your servitor now. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I will show you anyway, because even if you come back, you can like go through the video and find it. Okay, so Jelly, there is your servitor. I feel like that was plenty of time for you to capture it. You know how it works. You want to screenshot that servitor and you want to draw him out and then visualize him every now and then. When you're having those paranoid moments or those anxious moments, you visualize him, and basically he's alive, and he follows you around like a familiar spirit, making sure that you are secure and that every productive action or creative action that you take results in abundance and prosperity and security for you. Now, I did already give the analogy of the hammer and the nail. So Shivi, you just want to like stick it on your fridge maybe, and like magnet it on your fridge, or put it on the back of your phone, or carry it in your pocket. It doesn't really matter. You want to see it every now and then. Every time that you see it, you're giving it more energy. Every time you look at it, focus on it, think about it, visualize it, talk about it, you give it energy. Once you have what you desire, then you can destroy it, you can throw it away. Until then, you just want to keep it around somewhere that you will interact with it every now and then. The amount of emotional energy that it requires, or not that it requires, any amount is good enough, but the amount of emotional current that I would like to power these with, to give them the power that they need, the authority that they need, it's time consuming to summon that amount of emotional energy. So I do it in advance. You can see that little jar in the corner of the screen. That is a potion. It is comprised of 3 symbolic ingredients. Number 1, rainwater, and that rainwater is symbolic of the emotional energy itself. Number 2, crushed fruit seeds. So fruit seeds are like tiny little spaces that house the potential for huge abundance, huge trees. So that is symbolic of like a small space that can house a lot of energy. And then the 3rd ingredient is ashes from a page. It had affirmations on it, much like this. Intentions were written on that page, and the page was burned, and the ashes collected and added to the potion. So basically I created a transmutation circle, fire, water and earth, sat in the center and relived my emotional experiences, both negative and positive, the most intense ones, and allowed those emotions to be felt in my body, and kept building that up until I felt like literal energy moving through my body viscerally, kind of as if I was being submerged in a bath of soda water. And once I felt that emotional ecstasy, I began the enchantment, began speaking the enchantments and putting the ingredients together. And I find that when I take energy out of that potion and I apply it to a spell for you guys, or on behalf of anybody, I feel that same sensation of buzzing soda water, and that indicates to me that I am tapping back into that energy pool, that it is working. Yeah, it doesn't have to be exactly the same, it doesn't have to be pretty, it doesn't have to be perfect, but well done, Shivi. And thank you. But now we're going to empower these spells, yours and Jelly's. Tesora Asaya Masiak, Ya Anama Isa Amin, Kotrovo Velia Makasa Esu, Tono Ruach e anama. So, this page, let's take it as a symbol of the reality that you are currently in. For Jelly, that is being in a reality of fear, feeling insecure, like there isn't security, isn't enough. And for Shivi, it's a reality of feeling like there are a lot of internal and external resistances that make it really hard for you to progress in relationships and in your love life. Now, the symbols and the words that are written on the page are the desired changes, the changes we'd like to see in reality. The flame here is our intentions, yours and mine and Jelly's. And now we're going to take these intentions and apply them to reality, causing reality to transform in accordance with our desire and in accordance with our will. And we'll watch those symbols as they burn. Amen. So mote it be. Welcome, brighter day. Another name I haven't seen before. Lovely to have new names and new faces in the chat. So JJ. What are his current feelings and what does the future of this connection look like? So the first thing that number is saying is 3. The first perspective I'm getting is 3. So 3 talks about self-awareness. It talks about hope. It talks about nourishment, defense. And more than all of these things, number 3 embodies the divine feminine in its healthy state of being. So, what this is saying to me, first of all, is that he is trying to be self-aware. He has like a certain expectation or a certain desire of what this relationship should look like, or what he wants to get out of this relationship, and he is trying to make himself aware of what that is going to require of him, what requirements do those desires put on him, and what responsibilities do those desires put on him. Like, who does he have to be, how does he have to act, and how does he have to speak in order to see that reality, that desire, or what he wants from the relationship becoming true. More than that, he is also seeing you as being a representation of the divine feminine in his life. Whether or not that's true, you are an example of feminine character for him. So when you act negatively or toxically, that becomes his full picture of women. So if you're behaving in a way that you're not proud of, that's affecting his perception of women at large. And similarly, when you act in a healthy, good way, balanced way, that affects his perception of women at large. You are an example. You are defining how he perceives women. So if you are a bad example, it's going to remove the amount of respect he has for women. And if you are behaving well and you are a good example, it's going to improve the amount of respect that he has for women. Regarding the future of this relationship, the numbers are not telling me whether he's going to fulfill the responsibilities and the requirements that his desires put on him, that this relationship relationship puts on him. It doesn't say. But it says that he wants a long-term relationship. He wants this to be a healthy, good, and strong relationship. And he wants to be your divine masculine as much as you are his divine feminine. I need to pull a rune stone now. That is very sweet, Shivi. Thank you for your support. So, JJ, your stone here is the firestone. This gives me a little bit more perspective. So this is saying that there is opportunity and there is potential for this relationship to be exactly the way you hope it will be, exactly the way you desire it. All of the intentions you had going into this relationship, if they were healthy intentions, if they were intentions for a long-standing, mutually respectful and healthy relationship, there is potential for that. If your intentions were self-seeking and they were about physical and sexual satisfaction, there is potential for that. Basically what the numbers are saying to me now is that you've got to commit. Whatever your desires are, whatever your hopes are, whatever your intentions are for this relationship, the opportunity is there, the potential is there. You need to commit to it. It's like when you plant a seed, a relationship is very much like a seed. So you plant a seed and it starts to grow. And you've got to water it, you've got to commit to that seed, you've got to water it and nourish it and protect it from weather until it's big enough and strong enough to survive on its own. But when it starts out, you've got to invest a lot of your time and energy into it without seeing the kinds of results that you've been looking for. But you know what kind of seed this is that you planted. You know what your original intentions and desires were. So you know as long as you keep nourishing the seed, it will one day grow into that. And that's basically what this diecast is saying to you. We've already explored what he is thinking and what he is feeling, what's going on in his emotional and mental realms, and now it's saying if you want a future here, the future of this connection, all of the potential for what you hope for is there. You need to commit to it, otherwise it will wither away and die. If you plant a seed and it sprouts and then you don't water it and you don't nourish it and you don't protect it, it will wither up and die. And it's the same with your relationship. You need to invest of your time and energy into the relationship before it will be everything that you hope it will become. Welcome back, Kitsune. And I'm well, thank you. How are you doing? Thank you for joining me again. And JJ, you are welcome. I hope that you're also doing well, Kitsune. I really love that drawing you sent me, by the way. You're okay after the last few days? Or the last few days a little difficult? I'm looking to see if anyone else joined for any kind of reading or spellcast or anything after JJ. So we had Jazz. Jazz wanted to know, how can I manifest my desires? My every manifestation works in reverse. So that's a really good question. That's a really valuable question that will get a valuable answer. And I really hope that you're still here, Jazz, so that I can do that for you. Kitsune says my last living grandparent passed away on the night of the 14th. my gram, who I was very close to. I'm sorry to hear that. Now, death is always painful. It sucks. Sky says, Psyches, sorry, says, I'd love a reading, if possible. So it's definitely possible, Sky? Yeah, it's definitely possible. So today I'm seeking visions in this bowl of water, and I am doing numerology readings with the dice and with my rune stones. I'm not giving away free tarot readings today, but I'm happy to do tarot for that priority tip over there, if you are interested in tarot, if anyone is interested in tarot. Otherwise, we're doing the scrying and the numerology. We're also collapsing realities into symbols, taking universes and collapsing them into one-dimensional points. Yeah, reality shifting, in other words, moving from one reality into another. And what else are we doing? Reiki healing. So I will be doing that towards the end of the stream, and it doesn't matter if you're viewing the stream or not, you can still receive the currents from the Reiki. To do so, you just got to speak the enchantment Bara Viko Net M Jota. You got to speak it out loud. You can even whisper it. It's just got to come off of your tongue through your voice. And then you connect it, and you will receive the energies that I direct. Aziz Azura, welcome and thank you for that recognition. The one and only sorcerer, actual sorcerer offering his magic to the online public. We love an authentic and generous mage. Thank you so much, babe. Aziza Azura is my queen, my dragon queen and twin flame. Just by the way, everyone. She's got some awesome content. She does tarot readings too. You can check her out. She's on YouTube and she's on Twitch, just like I am. She's also got her Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and all those, just like I do. So yeah, please check her out if you're interested. But yeah, it doesn't look like Jazz is still here. I was really looking forward to doing that reading for Jazz. Then there was a Brighter Day who joined us as well. Brighter Day on Twitch, who was looking for some mystic services. So the way a person would get the most value out of the services that I offer is that you'd come to one of these streams once a month, one of these reality shifting, healing and scrying streams. You'd come once a month. You would get the healing that you need, anything that's ailing you mentally, physically or emotionally. You'd identify what you want to manifest for the month, and I would help you make that happen. And then we would do a little bit of in-depth scrying into your situation and the things that you can change, the things that you could do better, or the things that you could let go of. And then you would come back once a week to a Friday or Sunday tarot stream to get some insight on the progress that you've made regarding your manifestations or your goals and anything else that you've missed. And that's how one would get the most out of these mystic services that I offer. And if you couldn't attend the lives that I offer, I do provide all of these services and many more services privately. So you can find that by checking out my socials. You can send me a direct message and I can answer those questions for you. Any questions, send you my price lists. If you're on Twitch, I've got a panel that'll take you directly to my offerings list. On Facebook, you can just reach out to me privately. On Discord, if you go onto my Discord, you can check the inquiries channel, and all of it's there. I've even got some reviews there. There's a reviews channel and an inquiries channel. There's a billboards channel, which is like announcements. Discord is pretty cool. But yeah, it looks like Brighter Day is gone, so we're gonna move on to Jasmine, and then we'll look at doing something for Psyches as well. Jasmine says, yes, Shivi, I've been suffering for more than a month and I got no one who can actually listen. Okay, so Jasmine, we're gonna have a look now into the scrying waters, see what we can see. I actually need to use the toilet and get some water. Open a gateway, part the waters, and show us the nature of Shivi's current relationship and the current state of her reality. Thank you for your patience, guys. Oh, I see I actually still had some tea in here. Okay, let's see what these waters are gonna say. This Wednesday stream has been really great. Like last week Wednesday, I had one viewer for the first 3 hours of the stream. Okay, I see a dragon. It's a glowing golden dragon. And it's eating a light. It's eating a star. Swallowing it whole. And in front of the dragon is a hooded figure. It's like someone wearing black robes that cover their face. It actually kind of looks like an ape wearing a hood, like a hoodie. Thank you for your recognition, Explicit Cupcakes. I'm glad you're receiving value. Okay, now I see like a tower. It's like a pyramid tower. If you had to imagine the Eiffel Tower, but imagine the Eiffel Tower was made out of like stone or concrete, and it was just a solid block in the same shape, but not triangular metal, just solid concrete, solid stone. Where the dragon once was, there is now a man wearing armor. He's reaching out into the darkness. It's dark all around him, and he's like reaching out as if there's something in the darkness that he's reaching for. And now I see an asymmetrical butterfly. It's a butterfly, but its wings are not symmetrical. It's got different patterns on each wings. It's a black butterfly with like white patterns on it, but the patterns are different on its left and right wings. Please remember these images. All of the images are now morphing together and diffracting. Okay, so I'll interpret these now. The first image of the dragon swallowing a star, that is depiction of your partner. The dragon, it's like he gets into these violently dangerous states of being, and then he attacks you with his words and emotional manipulation. And basically what he's doing here is destroying your hopes. The star is your hopes. You have this burning hope in you. Hope for the relationship, hope for him, hope for yourself, hope for the future you're trying to create. And then you say and do things that trigger him, and it gets this dragon to rise in him, and the dragon attacks your hopes, it attacks your dreams, tries to demolish them, tries to swallow them. The next thing that I saw was an ape wearing a hood. Well, it was kind of like a silhouette of a man with his face covered, and then the face was revealed and it was actually an ape, not a man. So I kind of feel like this is what happens to you as a result of having your hopes attacked. You get very much into your like monkey brain. The monkey brain is like that brain, it's a state of mind where you get distracted, where thoughts come in and you're distracted, and you like moving from one topic to another. You have no grounding in that place. Like You can't really focus on one topic for too long. You move around a lot of interference up here. That's kind of monkey brain. You know, if you're sitting in bed at night and your mind is so active, but it's not one thing, it's like all these different things that are like you jumping from one thing to another. And that's what I mean when I'm talking about monkey brain. And then more than that, the hood covering the face, it indicates that you also hide your countenance, you hide your authentic self. After these confrontations, after he has attacked your hopes, it causes you to like retract and hide your true nature and put on a face that isn't yours, like mask yourself, shield your face, shield who you really are. What I saw after that was an armored man in the place of the dragon, reaching for something in the dark. So this is saying to me that the reason, like the dragon basically warped into the armored man. It like shifted into the armored man. So it's saying to me that it's the same person as him. And when he's not acting like the dragon, he is fully clouted from head to toe in armor. He hides all of his vulnerabilities. As if he's like preparing for battle, and he doesn't show anybody his vulnerabilities, not you, not anyone. Armors himself up completely, and this is like it's a response from trauma, from past relationships, and from this relationship, and from his parents, and from friends. When he has been vulnerable, he's been hurt, so he wears this armor. Fully covers himself in armor. All the time. He's either the dragon who's ready to attack, or he's defending himself, covered in armor. And then reaching into the dark, it's basically showing me that he doesn't know what he wants to do with himself, or his life, or this relationship. He's got no clue. It's all uncertainty. It's all unknown. He's got no direction. Just like you were saying, you feel like you've got no direction and you're feeling hopeless and lost. That's how he feels most of the time. Pretty much all the time. He's either hopeless and he's hiding and he's protecting himself, feeling like anyone could be out to get him at any time, or he's angry and vengeful and attacking those around him, even the people he loves the most. And this is, first of all, because he's got no direction. He can't see where he's going or what he wants. He feels like he's completely in the dark. Everything around him is uncertainty and unknown, and it makes him very afraid. And then the other side of it, the other reason for that, is because the moments when he has taken off his armor, or when he has been vulnerable in past relationships, it has resulted in pain and loss and heartache. And I also saw a tower, like the Eiffel Tower, but made of concrete. So this is kind of saying that your identity is very solid and secure. So when he attacks at your hope, when he like tries to devour your hope and he gets into that dragon state, it hurts you, but your identity is solid. Who you know you are and your worth and what you believe in stays solid. You don't change it because he has a different opinion. Your tower is very strong. It doesn't collapse. It's a stone tower. It doesn't have very many insecurities. Even though it causes you to retract and distance yourself and it hurts, your identity stays on solid foundations. His is unstable. That's why he gets triggered and becomes this dragon. That's why he covers himself in armor all the time. But yours is a solid tower. Moving on to the numerology of the die. The numerology there is 9. Okay, so what 9 is saying to you is you need to take a look and take a moment to isolate yourself emotionally and mentally and spiritually. It doesn't necessarily mean physically. And while you're isolating like this, you want to look back on your past relationships. Is this a perpetuation of past cycles? Is this something that's happened time and time again? Do you feel like you're dating the same man with different faces again and again and again? Encountering the same dragon and the same armored figure again and again? The point is, if you identify that yes, this is a cycle that you've been repeating, then you need to break that cycle. You need to make a change. You need to step out of this relationship and you need to work on yourself. You need to make a change inside, because once you change something inside, then you can attract other people who have also made those changes. You will break that old cycle. Reflect on the beginning of this relationship as well. Is this something new, or has it always been this way? Has he always covered himself in armor? Has he always been reluctant to be vulnerable? Or is this something new? Gonna get you a rune stone. So in that case, Jasmine, what's different now? What has changed in you? What has changed in the environment since it began? If you can identify what has changed, you can have a look back at the beginning and say what was different about the beginning. You can try and bring back those variables. The stone that I have here is the air stone. So this gives me some new perspective on the numerology. What does it say to me? It's saying you gotta identify what your goals are, and you gotta work towards them. Your hope, that hope that he tries to devour, those goals that you have in mind. You have a certain amount of knowledge, you have intuitive abilities, you have experience, and all of these things can be applied towards your goals and your own outcome. And never mind him, work on your goals yourself. Focus on developing that yourself, applying all of your knowledge towards that. That's what's most important. Developing yourself is the most important thing. So if he is prepared to do self-development and grow and change in a healthy way, then he will start to do that. If you take the initiative and lead by example, he will start to follow. If that's what he wants, if this relationship is something that's valuable to him, he will follow your example. Otherwise, he will leave of his own accord. As you shift and as you grow and change, you will no longer match that toxic frequency. Either he will leave your life or he will evolve to match your frequency. That's your reading, Jasmine. Tweety says, do you think only symbolic communication is possible for you to this specific realm of existence and talking straight doesn't work? Should I completely stop taking things literally? I take things literally. I talk straight. Jasmine, I just answered your question. I told you, you need to develop yourself and if he is meant for you, he will evolve to match your frequency, or otherwise he will leave. More than that, there is nothing that you can do. As I see it, if you bind him to this relationship, you will cause yourself grievous harm. Hello, Exclaim. I'm doing pretty well, thanks for joining us. How are you doing? And Tweety, your question is not so black and white. The answer to that question is not so black and white. You've got to meet everybody on their level. You got to talk to the people who can't see beyond the material. You got to talk to them in a material sense. Like there are a lot of words that I have used and that I find to be useful regarding my practices. Most of my viewers have no cooking clue what those things mean or what they imply. So I don't use them. And then there are some viewers who come in and they want to use those words, and they look at me and they think I don't know anything because I don't use their language. And I feel like it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that they can't see that I'm changing my language to be more universal. To meet the viewer to meet them where they're at. Exclaim says, a little bit tired, many things to do today. So you haven't finished, you've still got a lot of things to do. You're welcome, Jasmine. You're welcome. So we had a Psyches who wanted a reading, but Psyches has left the chat. And the explicit cupcake was listening and learning. Said I'm glad I was able to locate you in your stream, but now the explicit cupcake is gone and it doesn't look like the explicit cupcake followed. I hope, explicit cupcake, that you will find the stream again and continue to receive value through it. Exclaim says, yes, many documents to get and to send to the right person. Well, anyway, it's nice to have you here, Exclaim. You came in at the right point. You know, when the last audience left, their time zone came to a close, and the new audience is coming in. So yeah, you're at the perfect time to like do some chatting and catch up. So is this part of your job? Collecting documents and sending it to people? No, you're not too late to ask a question, not at all. You can most certainly ask a question. I do feel like I'm gonna have to close these curtains soon. Right, I remember you said you're a math teacher. And these documents you're sending is for your personal benefit. Very interesting. I won't pry. So then, are you a math teacher at like a school? Or at a university? Or do you like give private tuition to certain students? Or do you have like a channel where you give online lessons? Exclaim says, yes, I won't tell more because I don't like to talk about something until it's done. Yeah, I feel you on that. I agree with that. Ages between 15 and 18. Yes, I am a teacher at a school. Awesome. Hey Vic. Welcome back. So nice to see you again. And thank you so much, by the way, for your support last week Wednesday. And the tip you sent, so much appreciation. We had a pretty busy stream so far, these last 2 hours, 2.5 hours. But I feel like that time zone where all those people were, all those viewers came from, that time zone is like closed, because they all left. And now new viewers are coming in. Vic says, my pleasure and thank you too. And Exclaim says, my question, I have a trigger that makes my body react just before going to work. Does the spirit have anything to tell me about that trigger? That's a valuable question. We will look into it, see what we can see. I gave you the age of my students because I don't know how the school system works in your country. Me neither. I don't fucking know. Standard of education here is pretty low. And yeah, I didn't go to school. I was homeschooled. So I was 1 year. I should have been, like, based on my age, I should have been a year ahead or a year behind. What am I saying? I finished school younger, a year younger. Finished school at 17. When most finish at 18. I need to close that curtain now because the sun is hitting the bowl and it's creating interference. Tweety says testing connection. Oh, it works now. Did something happen, Tweety? Were you unable to chat, or did I get disconnected? Well, I can find out if I got disconnected, if it happened on my end. Nope. No, it doesn't look like it happened on my end. Nope. Oh, so the explicit cupcake did follow me. Nice. Oh wait. No, that's last week's stuff. Okay. Nah, it didn't disconnect on my end. It's good to know. It's good to know that my network has been stable today, because last week I had such terrible connection. Exclaim says, okay, for your schooling and education it might be a good thing because you were not molded by society. Yeah. Yeah. I should probably reflect on that stuff. Like when I finished school, I left that whole period of life behind me. I was like, closed, this never happened. Tweety says it's me. Is that why you switched from Twitch to YouTube, Tweety? But yeah, as I was saying, after I finished school, I never thought about it again, never considered it again, never looked back on that period. Jessica, oh, welcome. I didn't see you join the chat earlier. I didn't even know you were here. Welcome. I'm about to look into the scrying waters on behalf of Exclaim, but there's no one else in the queue. There's no one else requesting any service or offering. In other words, I mean, I can do a reading for you. Oh, I see you changed your name. Yes, when I called for you, I think you were Jazz. Your name was Jazz previously, and then yeah, I called for Jazz and I was like, oh, I was so looking forward to doing this reading. It's such a valuable question, but you were gone. So I'm glad that you're back, because I'm still looking forward to that reading. Nice to know that Jessica O, who I know to be a subscriber, was Jazz. It's cool. Exclaim says, I say so because as an engineer, my formation, I was quite afraid to accept esoteric stuff until I've understood that my mind was putting limitations on my perception. Well, I had a similar experience, Exclaim. I guess at some point in my youth, in my teens, I was like, is life really living if there isn't anything more than what I can see in the physical world? So I decided that I would dive headfirst into various different crafts and various different practices and see for myself if there was any value for me there. But when I went into it, I didn't really believe that I would find anything. I clung on to this hope that there would be something I'd find of value, and it was true. There was value to be found. But yeah, it took personal experience to convince me. What is the root of exclaims visceral nervous system response to work? So the first thing I'm seeing is like a fox. It kind of looks like a fox. Images are morphing and changing, but I'm not sure, I'm not making much sense of it yet. So I'm seeing like a cityscape. I'm seeing buildings. It looks like a CBD kind of vibe. Tall buildings. There seems to be some giant creature, some giant being that's like hovering over the city, watching a certain building, peering at a very specific building. It's not the tallest building in the cityscape, it's one of the taller buildings. This creature is dark. It's like a shadow, but it has a red face. The face kind of looks like a kid's face, like a child, like a mischievous, naughty child. And the face of this child is now in the place where the fox was. Please remember these images. Now I see a man sitting alone at a table. There seems to be things on the table, like he's preparing for dinner. Okay. So the first image, the fox, it's like a general overview. It's kind of saying that your root, your security, the nature of your productive and fundamental sphere, your fundamental energy sphere, it comes from that sly, unseen, quiet, hunting energy of the fox. It's saying to me that this is something you developed. This character, or this nature was developed at school, when you were going to school. You found that the way to secure yourself in all of the different ways that looks, physical and emotional, all the kinds of security, you found that you could accomplish that security by being sly and quiet and unseen, and when you identify what it is you need or want to secure yourself, you hunt it and you stalk it slowly, unseen and unheard. Just like you were saying, you don't like to talk about a thing until it's done. Very much that foxy energy. And then I saw that became the face of a child, a naughty, mischievous child. And that child was like the face of a shadow that loomed over the city, peering specifically at a singular building. So what does this say to me? It says to me that the visceral response to going to work at a school, like if you were going to work at Walmart, for example, you wouldn't experience the same kind of visceral response. The trigger is coming out of all of the experiences and the traumas that are surrounding school and children, and having to interact with children and being in that school atmosphere. It brings up all of the experiences that you had at school, both positive and negative. It's there are a lot of variables playing from your childhood all the way through until now. And if it was a different occupation, a different environment, it wouldn't be so intense for you. So looking back into that, looking back to school, particularly during that time where you developed that foxy nature, so there's something that happened around that period of your life that created an energetic wound in your fundamental sphere, in your energetic, your root chakra, the place where your being connects the earth, where you're connected to your material world, having enough to eat, having a roof over your head, etc. There's a wound in that energy center, and it brings, when you have to get ready to go back into that environment, it brings with it all of those same fear responses from that childhood period. And then the image of a man sitting at a table. Once again, this talks about the security and the root chakra and the fundamental energy sphere. Basically what that's saying is that you do this in order to put food on your table. You overcome the trigger and you just push forward in order to put food on the table. And when you get home from school, only then do you feel secure again. Like you might have the most intense part of the experience might be in the morning, just before you're ready to go, but it doesn't end there. Though that shadow looms over you as you travel from home to the school, from home to work. It looms over you while you're at work. It peers at you, and the only time that you feel free of it is when you get home again and you're ready to eat. Now I'm gonna have a look at the numerology and see what that says for you at the die cast. 11, The numbers are 11. So it's kind of saying to me that you need to make yourself aware of this trigger. You need to look at it because that's a gateway. The gateway to liberate yourself from that fear and that trigger is to really go back to that time, to go back to its root, whatever that experience was that happened at school that caused that development, the way that you handle your finances and your security, where that developed, that's the root. There are events that happened around that time in your childhood, in your schooling career, and you need to look at those events. The gateway to liberating yourself from it is there. You want to go back to that memory. You want to talk to yourself in your mind, in your imagination. You want to talk to yourself back then and say, hey, come to the present. Look at who we are in the school environment now. You are safe. You are not subject to the same variables that you were subject to then. This coping mechanism, this foxy coping mechanism, might have worked for you then, but perhaps it's time that we make some shifts to that, some alterations, and we look at different ways to manage ourselves and secure ourselves in the present. So, what do we want to get out of? We want to get a stone out of the rune bag to give us new perception, a new perspective on these numbers. Welcome, Stoned Epiphany. Nice to see you again. It's been a while. So I have here the Earth Stone for you. And this Earth Stone is basically saying to you that you can... Is it the Earth Stone? Yeah, definitely is the Earth Stone. It's saying that you can do more. You can evolve through relationship. You need to talk about these visceral experiences that you're having. You need to talk about it with the people that you are close to in the work. You have connections and relationships with other teachers and other people in the working environment. You need to talk about it with them because they've had similar experiences, having to go back into a school environment as part of work, having come out of a school environment and all of the frequencies at play and the psychological influences that has, so they can, by you expressing your experience, they will talk to you about their experience and they can give you some pointers on how they cope and what they've done to get through it. And yeah, basically you talking about your experiences can help them as much as they will be able to help you. And yeah, that's your reading. And exclaim, as I'm speaking here, I'm feeling like soda water being poured on the top of my head. Feels like it's running down my shoulders, down my back. You're literally scaring me right now in a good way. That's so true. I know who to talk to. Man, this is some deep shit that we're seeing here. And yeah, I wish you the best of luck with it. It's not easy. It's not easy stuff. Stone Epiphany says, I'd like to know what the Reiki healing consists of or when it can be useful. I think I'll decide to do the Scry, but I'm considering a Reiki healing as well. May have to pay for an additional service this week. Well, so the Reiki healing, it is useful for any kind of pain, for any kind of wound, whether emotional or physical or psychological or spiritual. The Reiki healing is about healing. It's about bringing things back to their natural state of being. And the way that I do it here is that I have an enchanted stone that represents the viewer, and the viewer isn't automatically connected to the stone. There's an enchantment that will connect you if you speak the enchantment, Para Viko Net M Jota. Then you will connect yourself to the stone. And what I will be doing is I will be like emotions power metaphysical technology and spells the way electricity powers mundane and physical technology. So what I'll be doing is I'll be bringing up positive healing emotions. That's things like compassion and love, patience, kindness, gentleness. I'll be going back into memories where I knew without a doubt that I was experiencing those things from someone else, or where I knew without a doubt that I was giving those things to someone else, and allowing those feelings to return to me, and then directing them into the stone, and anyone who has connected themselves to it will receive it simultaneously. And yeah, so you just speak that enchantment, and when I do the Reiki, which will be towards the end of the stream, you'll receive it whether you're in here or not. And Tweety, it will definitely work for another person. I don't know. It works for anyone who has connected via the enchantment, and it does definitely work for things like arthritis. Although the Reiki healing is it's there to alleviate physical symptoms. It doesn't really deal with the root. The root of all ailments is in the energetic and spiritual body. So there is a ritual that I perform where I identify those things and extract any kind of infections, things like fear and shame and doubt and pride and hatred and lies and delusions. These things are infections, and I extract them. And then we use the Reiki healing to alleviate the symptoms afterwards. But essentially, when I do the extraction ceremony, then the physical body will catch up to the changes and the healings that have happened in the energetic body, and the Reiki isn't entirely required. And Tweety, yes, it will work for someone with a different belief system. The energies that I direct and all of the offerings I provide rely on me. They rely on the energies I'm summoning. They rely on my focus and my belief. And they are not impacted by you or what you believe or what anyone else believes. What you do is impacted by what you believe. What I do is not impacted by what you believe. And what I do on your behalf is also not impacted by what you believe. It is impacted by me, my spirit. It does work for emotional pain, but I feel like there are other forms that are more important. You know, emotional pain doesn't necessarily lead to death. It can, but it doesn't have as maybe. Let's just look at it this way: physical ailments and physical sicknesses are more likely to result in death than emotional sickness, but they are all linked together. All of it's linked. The emotional pain, like as I was saying, hatred can lead to heart troubles. It can lead to breast cancer. It can, unresolved issues in the heart center will lead to issues in the physical heart and issues in the physical lung if they are left unresolved. Not immediately. It takes a long time for the physical body to catch up to the emotional and spiritual body, but it does. It does catch up. Exclaim says, I've just had a synchronous confirmation. I am so glad that you are receiving value here. Exclaim, thank you very much. Exclaim said then, I have a co-teacher that also has intestinal problems. You were talking about visceral problem, and I know a cause we're twin flames. That's something more to add to this relationship with the co-teacher. Interesting. I know I have to talk to her because we're twin flames. And then Stone Epiphany was asking me about numerology readings. Are you able to read for couples somehow, or does it only really work for a single individual? My intuitive divination services are not limited in any way, whether it's tarot, whether it's numerology, whether it's scrying. It's not limited by the tools, not at all. If there are limits on what I can see and do, it is limits in me and not in the tools that I'm using. Jessica, I will still be here. I'm sure I will still be here. We've got like 2 hours and 15 minutes. Well, maybe not. Maybe an hour and 15 minutes? Maybe 2 hours and 15 minutes. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But I hope that you'll be back in time for a reading, Jessica. Vic says it's 2:22 a.m. here, 2:22. And then Tweety said, it will be like changing the whole person. If all the misery goes away, what will be left? Liberation, freedom, manifestation. The inner world will the outer world will correspond with the inner world. There will be no line between the two. Anything that the individual can visualize, he can manifest. That's what happens when all the misery is gone, when all the fear is gone, and the shame is gone, and all the energy spheres are working together properly. That's what happens. You become unlimited. People need misery to exist this way. No. Vic said he sent a message before requesting a general reading. I'm afraid I didn't see it. Sorry about that, Vic. Then Stone Epiphany asks, can you tell me about the numerology option? I'm wondering if you'll be able to read for me in regards to a particular relationship I'm in with someone right now. Yes, I can do that. Or is it mostly about things from a more individual perspective for working on oneself rather than relationship things? Relationship things are all about the individual and working on oneself. You see now that I've already answered your question. Anyway, to answer your question again, what I'm going to see is going to be a lot about self-development, because a relationship, it is all about self-development. Explicit Cupcake says, may I ask, for long-term emotional damage, about 7 years, family related, what path would you recommend for personal healing, as I'm having difficulty healing? So, Explicit Cupcake, when, like, even most of us healers, we have times when there are things we can't make breakthroughs through. We struggle, we get into a place where we can't make a breakthrough alone, and basically, as a healer, just because I can perform healings on myself and others doesn't mean that there is no value in requesting that from someone else. So I would encourage you to connect to the energy pool here by speaking the enchantment Bara Viko Net M Jota, so that you can receive of the Reiki healing currents when I do direct them. And yeah, hopefully we can help move those blockages for you. Interacting with other people, number 6. The numerology of 6 is evolving past your previous limitations through new connections and new relationships. So that's very much what you'd be experiencing by requesting healing from me or from anyone else, any other healer. It's like you breaking past the limitation, the struggle to heal yourself. You'd be breaking through that limitation by requesting healing from another. Exclaim says, today I've seen the scope of your power and it's daunting. Huge respect. Have a nice day, Karin. Thank you for your recognition, Exclaim. You've seen the tip of the iceberg. And I hope you have a nice day too, though, Exclaim. Much respect to you too. Stoned Epiphany says, well, would you recommend that I do the scry or numerology? I'll trust your judgment and go with what you recommend. So the numerology, it's only going to be 2 numbers. It's going to be like a 2-card spread. And the scrying waters, that's a lot deeper. Exclaim says, I know it's only the tip and that's why it's daunting. Jessica's back. Okay, bye bye, Exclaim. So Jessica is getting a bit of scrying next, because Jessica asked this question way back when, but got disconnected for some reason. And Stoned Epiphany, I'm thinking... I honestly feel my intuition is saying that the numerology will give you exactly the heading that you're looking for. That basic numerology reading will give you that little bit of an external perspective that you're in need of in order to see clearly. And that going deep into the scrying waters and looking deep into the unconscious isn't really all that necessary right now. But Jessica's question is about... So she's been experimenting with manifestation and spellcasting, and it seems to backfire for her every time. It seems to produce the opposite result of what she's trying to manifest. And so we want to look deep into the unconscious to see why that is. And so that's what we're going to do. Stoned Epiphany, I saw you said, beautiful, absolutely, you're so right. Good point about relationships being about individual work on yourself. Absolutely true. Thank you for reminding. You're welcome. And then Vic, I will do a reading for you after Jessica, and then we will move on to Stoned Epiphany. Of course. No problem, Crafty. I wonder, Crafty, Stoned Epiphany, have you uploaded anything new onto your channel yet? I haven't checked back since I saw that first one. You're welcome, Vic. I remember your name was Vikam, if I'm not mistaken. Exclaim says, and finally, no, I'll stay here. I'll let the stream stay on as background noise. Vikram, not Vikam. Thank you for the confirmation, Vic. But anyway, diving into the waters of the unconscious to find answers and visions for Jessica O. Open a pathway, part the waters, that we may observe Jessica's inner worlds and locate where these blockages are. Okay, so the very first thing that I'm seeing is genitalia. A woman's genitalia, but not like external, internal genitalia. The ovaries and the womb and passageways from an internal perspective. The longer I gaze into these waters, my eyes starting to burn in water. I see an embryo. In its very early stages of development. Less than a month. I see an orange, like the fruit. It has patches of rot underneath it. Please remember these images that I've described in case I forget them. these images I've described are now morphing together and diffracting. Okay. So the first image that I saw, the genitalia, this is your creative center. It's a description of your creative energy center. So it is saying that the blockage to your manifestations lie within your creative energy center. There are wounds to your creative energy center, things that you are ashamed of, things you've done that you're ashamed of, and things that others have done to you that you are ashamed of, specifically regarding your sexuality and your creativity. So when you have been creative, when you've used your voice to sing, or if you've drawn, or whatever creative things you've done in the past, you've been shamed for it. There's possibly also some sexual abuse or some sexual boundaries not being respected, and these have created wounds in your creative energy center and your ability to truly tap into your creative potential and your creative power, which is the creative energy center is where it's the easiest form of energy to tap into when casting spells or attempting manifestations. The next thing I saw, the embryo in its early stages of development, and then following that I saw an orange that began to rot underneath. So this is kind of saying to me that when you start a manifestation, it's kind of like the fertilization of an egg. It starts to grow like a baby. It starts to develop, and before it's had a month to develop, it starts to rot. And this is because of the wounds and the infections that are in your creative energetic sphere. So the infection there spreads to all of the new life that you can potentially give birth to, your manifestations, your spells. They start to develop and grow, but then the shame and the doubt and the fear infects it, and it starts to rot before it's reached its completion. Lust for result, expectation, attachment to outcome, self-doubt, all of these things start to tear those energies apart and rot it from the underneath, rot it from its root. So it's not hopeless. When I have a fruit that's rotting, I don't just throw it away or scrap it. I cut the rot out of it and I eat it anyway. I cut out the sections that are rotten and I eat it anyway. So what does this look like when it comes to manifestation? It's kind of saying that it's not been a direct opposite. When you have attempted manifestations, there has been power there. It has had an effect on the world. Even though it rots and parts of it are detrimental to you, it still has parts that are not. There is still harvest. You still receive returns. There are aspects of your manifestations that do come true, but because of the parts of it that go backwards, that are detrimental to you, you're not noticing the parts of it that are working. And so cutting out the rot would kind of look like saying, okay, all the negative effects of my spell aside, what has worked? And then when it comes to healing your energy center, your creative energy center, you need to go back to those memories of the traumas that you've received and the traumas that you've given. You need to go back into those memories, relive them just once more, and talk to yourself. Talk to yourself. So your future self, your present self is going back into the past, into your memories, and talking to your past self. And you want to say to yourself, in the times that you caused trauma, you want to reprimand yourself. And you want to say, hey, look, that wasn't healthy. We've learned a lot since then. We've grown a lot, and we need you to acknowledge that course of action was detrimental to you. You perpetuated things that were done to you, and that's not cool. You need to accept that was something you did, and because it's something that is a part of you, you get to change it. And then when it comes to traumas that you received at the hands of others, you want to say to yourself, hey, look, in the present, we are not subject to those same traumas. Those people who did those things to you and said those things are not in our present anymore. We are no longer surrounded with people on that level of on that energetic frequency. We have changed, and so the people that surround us have also changed. You are safe in the present. You want to bring that past self back into the present in that situation. That is the first step towards healing in that energy center. And then what you want to do is you want to start expressing yourself creatively and sexually in a healthy way, regardless of what the people around you are doing or saying. You want to set clear sexual boundaries, and you want to be clear about your sexuality. You also want to start picking up creative projects, no matter what they are. Cooking is a great one, because that combines the root, and it combines security and sustenance with creativity. It's a great one. But yeah, expressing yourself creatively, you will have to overcome those blockages and those infections that are rotting your manifestations. You will have to overcome them in order to express yourself creatively, even in the smallest of ways. And the more you do it, the easier it will become, and the more you'll be purging that infection from your system. Now we're going to have a look at the numerology on your dice, and that comes to 8. Okay, so that is saying that there's a specific kind of character that lives your manifestations. That you have a desire that you try to manifest, there's a specific individual, a specific way, lifestyle, a certain specific set of habits that you have to embody before you will receive that manifestation. So let's say I want to be a famous artist. There's a specific routine, there's a specific kind of person that I'm going to have to be in order to realize that dream of being a famous artist. And so the numbers here on the dice that are 8 is saying to you that you've got to identify a means to start shifting yourself from the person that you are and that you have been into the person that you need to be in order to see your desires manifested. No, Tweety, there is a feeling of understanding, yes, but not of just one route. It's not black and white at all. You see all of the different routes into the future. You see all the possibilities. You see all the realities overlapping each other and taking place at once. You choose. You choose from those routes, from those realities. You choose which one you're going to live, and then you live it. And the understanding is of how you're going to make that reality truth, and not be overwhelmed by the negative realities and the detrimental and painful realities that overlap and that threaten to overwhelm you. Stone Epiphany said, "Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed because I have not been prioritizing posting any good stuff on my channel yet. I literally will now that I know you're subscribed, since you're like hashtag Yoda to me, laugh my ass off, etc. reference." That's a cool reference, thank you, I feel honored. And I am subscribed to your channel. Jessica O says, "So right, Karin, I guess you said about wounds, so it's related to childhood sexual harassment. That is definitely a factor, and you need to go back to those memories and call your childhood self into the present and say, hey, look, you're safe here." That's a very, I find it to be a very valuable tool when it comes to dealing with trauma and trauma healing exercises. Exclaim says, "The more I think about your animal totem, the more I think my first impression was good. The first animal I've seen is the dragon. I don't know why I've seen a tarsier eye. Maybe there is something related to your guides." Exclaim, I love that the first impression you got was a dragon, because I am very much a dragon. You know, what identifies an emotional and spiritual dragon is that they don't move. They don't need to move. They can alter reality from one single place. They don't have to move to make things happen. And that's what I spend my life doing. You know, I sit in one place and I create realities for myself and for others. Sometimes there are resistances to the things that I'm creating and doing up here and in spirit. And then I say, okay, there's a resistance there. I'm going to need to get up and move. I'm going to need to take an action to make that variable click into place. There's another one. So I list them and I say, okay, it's time to get up and move. And I move strategically between those points to make reality click into place. And yeah, that's very much draconic. And you say you don't really know why you've seen the Tazia eye? Well, yeah, it probably is something to do with my guides. I know that there is a wild boar, there is a rabbit, there is a serpent, a viper, there is a panther, a leopard actually, but a black leopard. There is a toad, there is a crow, there is an owl, and there is a stag, there is a bushbuck. I know these spirit guides, I know them quite well. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a Tazir, a monkey guide as well. I am a tree, and all of these guides like coexist, symbiotic relationship with the tree. Then Stone Epiphany said, actually I don't know if you're subscribed, but now that I know there is the slightest chance you might feel like checking out my posts of mine, I better step up my game ASAP, lol. So yeah, I'm definitely subscribed to your channel, Stone Epiphany. I might even be subscribed with multiple accounts. But if not, I will go and subscribe with multiple accounts. Jessica O said, this specific thing has stopped me from many things in my life. I figured out that wound has killed my desires. I feel so, that's why I can't manifest. It's definitely linked to that. The first things that I saw in this scrying ball were related to sexual health, and the first thing I saw was the internal organs, internal female sexual organs, and then I saw a growing embryo, and then I saw a fruit, and you know the fruit is the sexual reproductive organ of a tree. So all about that creative sacral energy center. That's where your manifestation issues are coming from. It's from wounds that exist in that center. Tweety says, I was struggling with compulsive thought patterns and addictions, and I only feel free when I get that feeling of understanding. And Shivi, welcome back. You came back. Nice to see you again. And Jessica said, I have completed my fashion designing and want to do many things, but something is stopping me, and then I feel regret that I didn't achieve anything. I feel that wound has disturbed my routine. Well, you have got a header, a pointing on the first step, the first steps that you can take on that journey of healing those wounds and blockages and making that breakthrough. And that is to do that meditation of going back into the past and communicating with your past self. And then the second step is to start applying your creativity, to start doing creative things regardless of the blockages or the resistances that you feel. Exclaim says, maybe it was the eye of the dragon I saw, but as I've never seen one in real life, I couldn't tell. About the leopard, I felt it. Cats recognize themselves. Well, Exclaim, somebody drew one of my eyes. It's like a fiery yellow eye with a diamond pupil. It was Kitsune Wolfkit, who drew it for me. It's on Discord, and it's on Facebook, and it's on Twitter, and it's on LinkedIn. Ah, you saw it on Discord, nice. Not what you saw, okay. And then about the leopard, you felt it, cats recognize themselves, you saw on Discord. Okay. I think it's time for Vic's reading, Vikram's reading. And then Stone Epiphany is after that. Stone Epiphany is saying, wow, so crazy. I really feel that I can help Jessica with the situation, or saw that for a reason. With fashion design, not feeling like she's achieved anything, even if she has completed schooling for it. Even the medieval music fits the dragon. Modern dragons like techno music. But yeah, we also enjoy the medieval music. Tweety says, it feels like banging my head on a wall. I bang and bang and bang, and then I was like understanding that I don't have to bang. Now I'm like, I can either bang my head or just not bang. And I'm like, what? Yeah, that is the moment of realization. Those are the two realities, where you can be in the suffering or you can just not be. So Vikram says, I'm here. And Jessica O says, thank you so much, Karin. So glad to have found your channel. Yes, I'm so glad that you have found the channel. Please share it with anyone else that you think might be able to receive some value from the offerings that I provide here. Stone Epiphany says, Jessica, if you want, and if it's also okay with Karin that I'm saying this on his channel, come find me on YouTube or Instagram. It's not a problem, Stone Epiphany. And Jessica says, Stone Epiphany, I would love to connect with you. What's your IG or your YouTube? Okay, cool. So Vic is here. Nice. Who made this wall anyway, says Tweety. Thank you, Jessica. Tweety, you probably made that wall. You probably built that wall. I know I build a lot of walls, and I knock down a lot of walls, and sometimes I build walls up just to knock them down. I actually did that once. I built a wall when I was a construction manager, and then I knocked that wall down. Now when I was building it, it didn't occur to me that I would knock it down. I did think about it. I was like, imagine I was just building this wall just to knock it down. I didn't think I would actually do it. But then the plans required that the wall be a few centimeters south, and I had built it too far north. So I carved some sigils on that wall because I felt like this wall definitely represented a symbolic process, an intuitive and spiritual process that I'd been going through inside, specifically to do with relationships. So I drew a symbol on that wall to correspond with that, and then I demolished that wall with a hammer, big ass hammer. I first tried to kick it down because it like wobbled when I kicked it, so I kept kicking it harder and harder, but I couldn't knock it down like that. I had to get a hammer and bang it down with the hammer. And then at some point, once it had been hit with a hammer a few times, I could kick stones out of it, kick bricks out of it, but yeah, I had to take that hammer to it. I demolished it until not a single stone was standing upon another stone. Exclaim says, time to work now. Have a nice day. I'm happy I've seen the tip of your iceberg. Thanks, Doc. Thanks a lot for pointing the direction. You're welcome. Thank you, Exclaim. Okay, so Vic, doing your reading for you. You wanted a general reading. I'm 24, Shivi. Maybe you don't believe me, but I'm gonna stick to that. I'm 24. Shivi says, you are very young. You do look younger though. Interesting. I am very young. But I will stay very young, you know? I'll be 120 and I'll still be very young. Okay, so what guidance do the spirits have for Vikram? So before I look into those waters, I'm gonna rolling. I'm gonna roll a cigarette. Jessica O is laughing, thinking it's funny that I'm gonna be young when I'm 120. I think it's funny too. I'll still be a young child at 240. A mere 250 years. So Shivi, how old are you? You must be very young if I look very young. You must be like 40 years young. Or somewhere around there. Shivi says, oh, I believe you. I'm almost 100 and I still look like I'm in my 20s too. Amazing. But I wasn't talking about physical looks. I'm sure that my body will age. I just mean that we are not tied to our physical bodies. And we live a long ass time. We live a long ass time. And when our physical bodies die, it's like actually we just hatched out of an egg. Life has only just begun once we leave the physical body. Not that I plan to die, you know, not that I plan to leave this body until I'm like 999. Maybe. We'll see. When we get to a millennium, we'll see if we want to stick around or not. Shivi says, I get it. I'm in my early 30s. Okay. Just reaching fullness. Just reaching maturity. Nice. I'm so glad that I inspire you, Stoned Epiphany. And I'm sure that you will be just as helpful as I am. Possibly more. I'd love to partner up with you though, Stoned Epiphany, you know. If you were on Twitch, then I could raid you with my viewers. And you could do the same for me. And I could promote you on IG and FB and LN and Twitter. And let my audience know that you have value to offer, because you know we each have a piece of the puzzle. There are some people who will not be able to receive value from me, as there are some people who do receive great value from me. And there are some people who receive value from my partner, Azura, that they wouldn't otherwise have been able to get from me. We each have one piece of the puzzle. But now I'm seeking visions for Vikram. So the first thing I see is a man, and he's like lifting weights. It's like one of those bar weights that you lay on your back and exercise with. I see like temple vibes. It's got a foundation, a floor, it's got pillars, thin ones and thick ones that line it, but it doesn't have a ceiling. So the pillars are not actually holding anything up. Please remember these images, in case I forget them. They have a lot of meaning to me already. There's a lot of things happening in the surface of the water, but I'm not really making much sense of it yet. There's like a man diving head first, and he's covered in armor. He's wearing like high-tech, futuristic, sci-fi looking armor, and it's red. Okay, so Vikram. These images are quite significant. The first one. What was the first one? Snap, I've forgotten what the first image was. Ah yes, man doing exercise. This is not saying to you that you need to go to gym. This is saying that you have been working on your strength, on your physical strength. That doesn't necessarily mean building your body. It means building your finances, building your security, building your health, maybe adjusting your diet. It's talking about becoming more secure and more strong in your physical reality. Even if that doesn't look like physical exercise, it can be talking about a lot of different things, honing your skills, whatever it might be. It's to do with the physical world. And you're not alone in this, there are other people that you're doing this with. And that's what's represented by the pillars of this temple. So you have a lot of strong individuals in your life, people who are capable of carrying a lot of weight. Like you're all building your strength. You're all becoming stronger, but you don't actually have anything to support yet. This temple doesn't have a ceiling, so you're not holding anything up. So I guess that symbol is basically asking you, why do you need this strength? Why do you need all of these pillars, these strong characters? And you do need them. Your purpose requires them. The universe has placed these people in your life and has given you this strength for a reason, but you're not utilizing it. You're not actually holding up what you're meant to be holding up. And so you need to take a look at that and see what is the purpose behind all of this strength that you and your family and your close connections have. What is it actually meant for? What are you supposed to be applying it to? And then the armored man, the sci-fi armored man diving head first. This is you once again. you are covered in armor. That armor is in the form of anger. So you push yourself, you make all of these changes, you develop yourself, you grow your financial stability, your physical stability, your health, and you're motivated primarily by this anger. There's something about the world in your reality and the reality of those that you care about that's not the way it should be, and you're motivated by anger against those inconsistencies or those incongruencies. You're angry at the fact that it's not the way it's supposed to be, and that people are getting taken advantage of and people are not happy. So you're motivated to make that change by that anger. That anger is like your power armor to push through the blockages and make progress. And you're diving headfirst into that mission to make those changes. The numerology of the dice is 11. So 11 talks about a gateway. The platform or the system that you desire, the changes you desire, require a platform or a system. And that is what you are supposed to be holding up. That's what all the strength that you have is for. That's what all of these strong people in your life are for. You guys are there to hold up a system that can bring some kind of ease or some kind of better flow of energy to the people that you are angry for. You're angry about, like, the kind of energy I feel here is like society, the way people have to live in society to make ends meet. They have to do things they don't want to be doing, that they're not happy doing, and that vexes you. It makes you cross, and so you build yourself up, and you strengthen yourself, and you armor yourself, and you push forward as if you're going to battle to make those changes, to make people's lives easier, and to bring them the opportunity to live authentically. And that opportunity looks like a platform or a system, and you are one of the pillars for that platform, and you have other people in your life who are pillars for that platform, but that platform doesn't exist yet, and you guys need to communicate with each other and set that platform in motion. You need to set that system in motion, build it, and that's basically what I'm getting for you. Like, all in all, it's like you haven't fully identified why it is you're angry or what the change it is that you're going to make. And this is saying to you, it's a structure, it's a temple, it's a building, a symbolic building. It's a company, an organization, a house. And you can set that house, you can start building that house by interacting with the other pillars. You will know who they are, you will know who these support structures are in your life, and communicating with them and interacting with them, you guys can start to brainstorm and come up with ideas on how you can actually make these changes in the world. And when those changes start to take effect, it will look like a house, it will look like a system. It'll look like a safe haven, a place that people can retreat to, where they can find opportunities to exist authentically. Shivi asks me, how much do I meditate every day? I stay permanently in meditation, Shivi. And if I find my thoughts wandering, I bring myself back to center with the 3 keys of my vanishing ritual, as you've heard me sing them. And in order to seek visions in the scrying bowl, I must enter a meditative state. But to answer your question, on an average day, how much do I sit still and actually do meditation? Maybe 30-40 minutes to a few hours, depending. Not every day is it the same amount. Some days it's long, some days it's not. And this is usually when I wake up in the morning or in the evening when I go to bed before I sleep. It doesn't always look like meditation. It doesn't always look like I'm meditating. Stone Epiphany says saying that you stay permanently in meditation was the most gangster response I ever heard. Wow, what can I say? What I mean by that is the thought processing and the awareness, the stillness and the awareness that is practiced during meditation is not something that I stop doing. I don't only do that when I'm sitting still. I do that while I'm doing dishes. I do that while I'm washing. I do that while I do all of the mundane tasks in the house. And sometimes I have to actually separate myself from that meditative state. Like if I need to go into town to do groceries, I need to actually bring myself out of that half-awake trance state. Or otherwise I can't focus. I can't do the math that's required. So when I shop, I budget and I tally all maths together. And I've got to bring myself out of that meditative state in order to do all of the calculations and analytics. Jenna LF, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get to you for a reading today. The stream has been quite long as it is, and I've still got a few readings to do. And then after the readings, I'm still going to be doing some Reiki healing, so yeah. I'm thinking I'm gonna do the readings for the people who I have in the queue. I'm gonna do that Reiki healing, and then I'm gonna close. But if you really need that reading today, you can send a tip, and I will include you, even if I have to go over time. But otherwise, yeah, I'm gonna read for the guys who have requested readings already, and then I'm gonna do the Reiki and close up. You can find me again on Friday. On Friday I'll be doing tarot readings exclusively. Thank you for your understanding, Jen. I hope you will subscribe so that you can hit that notification button so that you are notified on Friday when I'm live. Friday I go live around this time. On Wednesdays I end around about this time. On Fridays I start around about this time. Okay, so Crafty, Stone Epiphany, I think you're next. But I want to confirm that. Yeah, you're next. There's no one else. Yes, I think Shivi is the one who did that, who cast that spell. You did not specify a question, but you're welcome to. I can also just throw the dice and let it say whatever it's saying. Mirage, hey! Welcome back. I have closed the queue, Mirage, just by the way. I'm reading for the guys who are lined up to be read for, and then I'm going to do some Reiki healing and close up. But you are welcome to receive a reading if you're prepared to send a tip. If you send a tip, then I'll stick around overtime for you after the Reiki healing. Unless you send a priority tip, then I will prioritize you, make you next. Let's throw the dice. I need to release the need to control everything. Okay. What does Crafty need to know? What is the one referred to as Stoned Epiphany need to understand about this relationship? Okay, so your numbers are 9. Your number is 9. So the first thing that that number is saying to me is that you gotta have a look at your past relationships and see if this is a repeat of old cycles. You want to have a look and just identify, are you dating the same man, just wearing a different face? The answer is not so important at this point. You just need to reflect on that and see what comes up for you. More than that, 9 is also saying have a look at this relationship as well as past relationships and see what aspects of yourself were detrimental to those relationships, to past relationships and the present relationship. Are there any things that you did that were detrimental to past relationships that resulted in disharmony and distance? And have you been toxic, or have you demonstrated toxic character in past relationships and in the present one? You want to reflect on that, but not only on your mistakes. You also want to see, okay, in past relationships, what did I do that was good? What did I offer that was healthy and balanced? And same with the present relationship. What am I doing in the present relationship that is constructive, that is helping bring us together, that is helping develop him, that is helping develop me? Basically, you want to acknowledge the mistakes and avoid them. You want to acknowledge the breakthroughs so you can reapply them and make those same breakthroughs again. The number is saying to me that you're right on the edge of reaping all the rewards of everything you've invested. So all of the time and energy and support that you've invested into this relationship, you're about to reap it. But at the same time, all of the malintent, all of the selfishness that has been invested into this relationship is also about to come back to you full circle. And that is why the self-reflection is important, so that you can sow healthier seeds and reap a healthier harvest in the future. It's also saying that it's important that you communicate this. All of the things that you discover about past relationships, about the present relationship, about your position, the things you were responsible, both the breakthroughs and the mishaps, you need to communicate it with your partner. It's also saying to me that this relationship has the potential. It has the potential for everything that you've ever wanted from a relationship or from a partner. But the only way you're ever going to see that potential realized is to commit to the relationship and to commit to the self-reflection and the self-development and the communication. And I have here the Earthstone. This is saying to me that any of the struggle that you're experiencing right now in the relationship is tied. It's tied to like outcome, not knowing what the outcome is, or having an endless number of opportunities or possibilities in front of you and not knowing where exactly you guys are going individually and collectively with regards to your own personal careers and your creative efforts. Whatever it is that you do to secure yourself in your physical reality, whatever it is you do to make sure that you have enough to eat and that you have enough to clothe yourself and that you have a roof over your head, whatever you guys do for that collectively and individually. Thank you so much, Jenna. Thank you so much. The outcome is not clear, and you've got all of these possibilities for what you could be doing to secure yourself and what the outcome looks like, but as long as there are all these endless opportunities and possibilities, none of it's really manifesting. Whatever it is that you choose, you got to stick to it, and you got to choose one. You can't stay in that place of contemplating all of these outcomes. So that is what is creating the biggest blockage for you in the relationship, is that neither of you really has this clear vision of where you're going and what the outcome looks like or how you're getting there. There are still all of these, there's still too many possibilities. One hasn't been chosen. A direction and an outcome hasn't been chosen. And yeah, that's your reading, Stone Epiphany. So we've got a priority tip from Jen. So Jen, you are prioritized for any of the services that I offer here. So that's spellcasting, that is the scrying and numerology, and that even includes tarot. So any of these things that you would like, the world is at your fingertips. By the way, thank you so much for your support, supporting my channel and my efforts, and yeah, offering some value in return for the value you hope to receive. So much appreciation and recognition to you. Thank you. So when I look into the scrying ball, it can produce some very profound and deep answers. I always complement the scrying with numerology. If you choose the tarot, it'll be a 6-card spread. The best way to look into your daughter's illness, I choose. Okay. The best way to look into your daughter's illness. I'm gonna go with the scrying ball for that. I feel like we will get some deeper answers from this. Look into Jayla. Snuach Asakayan. Help us identify the root and meaning of Jayla's illness. Bear with me while I form a connection to the images that I'm seeing. The waters are morphing, images morphing. The first thing that I see is a woman strapped to 2 wooden posts. In front of her is a lamp. And she's like leaning her head forward as if to reach for the lamp. But she is tied and restrained by these posts. I see an altar and it's in disarray. The things on the altar look like they have been scattered, like someone swept their arm across the table, across the altar surface, scattered everything. Please remember these images in case I forget. The woman who was tied to a post is no longer there. The lamp is there. And there seems to be a man wielding a hammer. It looks like he is about to smash the lamp. He is swinging the hammer at the lamp. Okay, the images are now morphing and distorting, and I can't make sense of what I'm seeing, so I will interpret what I have seen. The woman strapped to the 2 wooden posts, that is your daughter. The light in front of her is her hopes, her dreams, her inspiration, her desires. She is trying to reach for them, but she is restricted and tied down by whatever it is that is ailing her. She is tied by it. She can only reach for it with her mind and her consciousness. She cannot seem to follow after it physically. The next image that I saw was that of an altar in disarray. So this is talking about where her illness is rooted and how it has come to be the way that it is. The altar is a symbol of the heart. So her heart has been wounded. It was wounded pretty young. And this wound in the spiritual being is now starting to correspond with the physical being. The physical body is catching up to that wound. Someone came along and swiped their arm across her heart, put everything out of order, made her confused about those that she loved, distorted her understanding of what compassion was. And the only thing else that image has to say is that it's not too late to rectify that wound in the heart, and even though it'll take a long time for that correction to start manifesting in the physical body, to deal with the root of that illness, to deal with the root of that energetic and spiritual trauma and wound is quite important to her ultimate outcome, to her ultimate recovery. And then the man with the hammer, this talks about someone close to her, someone who knows her dreams, someone who knows her desires. And this person, when he sees her reaching out for that hope, for those desires, and he sees how her illness restricts her and makes it almost impossible, it triggers something inside of him or her. It causes some kind of intense emotional frustration and shame and guilt and helplessness. So he almost wants to snuff it out. He wants to destroy that hope, almost as a way to, almost like an act of mercy, saying you can never have this, so I might as well take it away. But the truth is, she can recover and she can have the life that she desires and dreams of. That her hopes should be not entertained, not encouraged, but assisted. She should be supported to follow after the aspects of her dreams and desires that she can follow from her current state of being. Because to destroy it is to do more damage to the heart, which is where the illness is rooted. To snuff out her hopes and her dreams, it'll take away her will to recover. It'll take away her will to fight against whatever it is she's struggling with. And I feel like whatever her issue is, it's to do with her blood, it's to do with her heart, it's to do with her lungs. It's to do with her nervous system. So the numbers on the dice, we're going to move on to the numerology now. The numbers on the dice add up to 12, Okay. So the number 12, it's saying that she is in a position where she's going to have to really tap into the deepest reaches of her potential, and you as well as her mother and anyone else who's close to her. You guys are going to have to tap into the deepest reaches of your potential, of your physical and emotional and spiritual potential, in order to make a breakthrough through this situation. The numbers are saying that you guys have this idea of what the outcome looks like and what you can be doing to move towards that outcome, that healing. You've become aware of it. It brings with it certain requirements and certain responsibilities, but you have become aware that there is something you can be doing to make her life easier and bring her towards this outcome of healing. In the present, you are setting like a structure, you're setting a routine for yourself and for her. You're trying to be flexible with the situation and still fulfill responsibilities and still have some kind of structure or routine. And the tasks that are within that routine bring you towards that outcome of healing. It brings you to progress. To fulfill it and be flexible within it brings you towards progress. And it wants to encourage you just to do the best that you can. All of you involved, and just do the best that you can with what you know and with what you have. Not try and reach further than what you're capable of. I'm going to draw a rune stone for you now. Stone. So what new perspective does the air stone give me? It's saying there are many possible treatments. There are many possible ways to move towards the outcome, and you guys have been feeling uncertain of which way is the best for her. Also feeling overwhelmed by all of the choices and all of the options and their different side effects. It's warning you not to take too long to make your decision. As long as you are contemplating all the different possibilities, none of them happens. You have to choose one and make that decision and start moving towards it before something begins to happen, before something starts to manifest. A bit of advice that has for you is to sit with her and ask her about her outcome. What does she hope to see? What is the outcome? What does she want to do with her healing and her recovery once she has it? What is she prepared to experience along the way? What is she prepared to sacrifice? And then for you to contemplate the same thing and ask yourself from your perspective, what does the outcome look like to you? What do you want to see her do with her life once she is healed? What are you willing to sacrifice to get to that outcome? And then you make your decision based on these factors. Once you factor in her outcome and your outcome, you make your decision based on those factors. Whatever is most aligned with that collective outcome. If there are treatments that make it impossible for her to do the things that she wants to do with her healing? Maybe it's not that one. That is as much as I'm gonna get from the dice and the scrying ball. If you have an idea of which form of treatment you should go with, let me know, and then I will consult the pendulum for a yes or no answer whether or not that is the right choice. So you're asking for a hint. The only hint I can give you is that you want her to be able to live still. You want her to still be able to chase after that light. You don't want the treatment to be the man with the hammer that shatters her hopes and her dreams. You want to choose a treatment, even if it is a higher risk treatment, something that's going to allow her to follow after what she dreams. You want her to still be able to live post-treatment. And if you have an option in mind, I will ask the pendulum if it is a yes or a no for that treatment. And then I want to say welcome to Momo, who's asking, can I get a reading? So this is pretty much the last reading that I'm giving, Momo. If you are prepared to send a tip, I will stick around, make sure that you get a reading before I close the stream. But after this reading, I'm gonna do some Reiki healing, and then I'm going to close the stream. And Jen, to connect to the energy pool for some remote energy healing, you just speak the enchantment Para Viko Net M Jota. To connect your daughter, get her to speak the same enchantment, and it will connect her. And then it doesn't matter if she watches this stream or not. Any Reiki healing energies that I send, she will receive. I'm going to ask the pendulum if you made the right decision to turn down this medicine. On behalf of Jen, of Jenna LF, was turning down the prescribed medicine the correct decision? So that back and forward rocking is a yes. It is giving you a yes. It is giving an anti-clockwise rotation, which is saying that it might have helped her. It might have created some immediate changes, some immediate beneficial changes, but in the long term it is not a solution. And you made the correct decision to turn it down. Golden root. I have not heard of it, but I am very much for natural remedies as opposed to pharmaceutical remedies, and I'm also quite convinced of the truth that all we require for healing is spirit. going to do that Reiki healing. First going to use the toilet, and then I will do that.
People! Bye bye!
Amazing, Jenna. Where you're headed is functional medicine. Amazing. Fireball Barney says, hey, chats. Hey, Kerr. Taking those breaks? Yeah, I was just using the toilet. And now I'm going to do some Reiki healing. Just gonna go into myself, into my heart center, and find compassion and love and patience and kindness and gentleness. Look at my memories surrounding those frequencies and relive them. Bring up all of that healing current, and I will direct it into this enchanted stone here. There's a symbol carved into the stone, and that symbol, it corresponds with an enchantment. The enchantment is Bara Biko Net M Jota. So speaking that enchantment out loud will connect you to the energy pool, and any energies that I direct to this enchanted stone and this image, you will receive it as well. It will become a representation of your physical body, your physical and emotional body. That is north, by the way. Disoshitina Makame Reyasana Masurua Jelana Isa Anam Kolog Novayo Misnikite Era Kodra Fanama Katete Ishnama Anama Ine Navi Asanana Chaya Ruach Shimanape Dara Samanaki Ina Afa Torovo Kiliamanana Ticina, Asana Ruachliama Makana Edi, Eri Navi, Lini Navi. Juto Vishnu, Jun Prasin, Nadia Manakadera, Isa Anama Ami. Kiliana, Kuta Oro Mishina Jita. So it looks like my chat got shut down. PC decided to reboot while I was busy with all of that. So, yeah. I don't know if anyone is saying anything, but yeah, thank you everyone for joining me and for all of the likes and subscriptions and the tips that were sent. So much appreciation. Wishing you all wealth and health and abundance beyond measure. So mote it be. And I will see you guys on Wednesday. It is Wednesday. I will see you guys on Friday. I will be doing tarot. Just tarot. Anyway. good luck, and I'll see you then.